Imagine a river, not a gentle stream, but a powerful, ancient river, carving its path through stone and soil. Its current is relentless, its direction determined by forces far greater than any single will. You stand at its edge, and you spend your life, your precious energy, trying to command it. You build dams of ambition. You divert its course with walls of expectation. You throw stones of anger into its flow, hoping to make it bend to your desires. For a moment, you might feel a sense of power, a fleeting illusion of control. But the river, in its immense and patient wisdom, simply flows on. It wears down the stone, seeps through the cracks in your walls, and swallows your pebbles without a trace. This river is your life. We live in a world that tells us we are the masters of our destiny, the sole architects of our future. We are taught to plan, to strive, to manage, and to control every variable. We create meticulous schedules for our days, 5-year plans for our careers, and perfect scripts for our relationships. We try to control what others think of us, how our bodies should look and feel, and when happiness should arrive. Yet, beneath this frantic activity, a deep current of anxiety runs, a quiet exhaustion from the constant effort of holding everything together, of fighting the natural, unpredictable flow of existence. We feel a profound sense of failure when reality deviates from our plans, a deep-seated stress from the weight of our own expectations. This is the great illusion of control, a battle against reality that we can never win, a source of profound and unnecessary suffering. But what if there was another way? What if, instead of trying to dam the river, we learned to build a boat and navigate its currents? What if we could learn to read its flow, to respect its power, and to move with it rather than against it? This is the promise of ancient Buddhist wisdom. It is not a call to passive resignation or a surrender to helplessness. It is an invitation to a higher intelligence, a deeper form of engagement with life. It is the path of letting go of the exhausting fight for control, and in doing so, discovering a profound sense of peace, freedom, and mastery that was unavailable to us before. It is the art of accepting the river for what it is, and finding our perfect, unshakable balance within its endless, beautiful, and wild journey. The desire to control, this deep and persistent craving to command the flow of your life, is not a personal failing. It is not a flaw in your character. It is an echo, a deep and ancient resonance from the very dawn of our consciousness. To understand these unseen chains that bind you, we must journey back, not just in your own life, but in the life of our species. Imagine your distant ancestor standing on a vast, open savanna. The world for them was a place of immediate and lethal uncertainty. A shadow in the tall grass could be a predator. A strange fruit could be poison. A shift in the wind could mean a coming storm. In this world, control was not a preference. It was the very essence of survival. The ability to control fire, to fashion a sharp tool, to secure a safe shelter, to predict the changing of the seasons, was the fragile line between life and death. This necessity forged deep pathways in our developing brains. A simple, powerful equation that has been passed down through countless generations: control equals safety. Predictability equals survival. This instinct is as much a part of you as your own heartbeat. A silent, powerful force operating just beneath the surface of your awareness. It is a primal inheritance, a ghost from a world of claws and teeth that still whispers instructions into the heart of our modern lives. Now, bring your awareness to the present moment, to the world you inhabit today. The savannah has been replaced by a jungle of emails, social media feeds, and financial markets. The predators are no longer lions in the grass, but deadlines, social judgments, and the fear of missing out. The survival instinct, however, has not changed. It still operates with the same primal urgency, but its targets have become tragically misplaced. This ancient drive to control now manifests in 1,000 subtle, exhausting ways. It is the obsessive checking of the weather app days before a planned picnic, as if your knowing could prevent the rain. It is the meticulous planning of a vacation, down to 15-minute intervals, leaving no room for spontaneity, for the magic of the unexpected. It is the mental rehearsal of a difficult conversation over and over again, trying to predict and control every possible response from the other person. It is the constant refreshing of a screen, waiting for a specific email or message, believing that your vigilance can somehow hasten its arrival. It's in the way we try to manage the emotions of our loved ones, subtly steering them away from their sadness or anger because their discomfort makes us uncomfortable. We become the anxious curators of a life-sized museum, constantly dusting the exhibits, adjusting the lighting, and worrying about the visitors, forgetting that life is not a museum. It is a wild, untamable garden. Each of these actions, these small rituals of control, provides a momentary illusion of calm for a second. As you finalize the spreadsheet or script the conversation in your mind, the ancient part of your brain sighs in relief. It feels like you are reducing risk, taming the chaos, securing your shelter. This feeling of safety, however, is the most fragile of all illusions. It is a bubble, beautiful and shimmering for a moment, but destined to burst at the slightest touch of reality. The very act of trying to control everything creates a state of hypervigilance, a low-grade, constant tension. Your mind becomes a sentinel, always on watch for what might go wrong, for any detail that deviates from the plan. This is an exhausting way to live, and when reality inevitably asserts itself, as it always does, the bubble bursts. The traffic jam makes you late. Your friend reacts in a way you never anticipated. The carefully planned outdoor event is rained out. In that moment, the discomfort you feel is not just the simple inconvenience of the event itself. It is a double suffering. There is the primary pain of the situation, and then there is the secondary, and often greater, pain of your failed attempt at control. It is the pain of your illusion shattering, the frustration of your powerlessness being exposed. The very strategy you employed to avoid anxiety becomes its most potent fuel. The more you try to control, the more things you will find that are outside of your control, and the more your peace of mind will feel like a fortress built on shifting sands. There is an old story of a powerful king who ruled a prosperous land. He was a good king, but he lived with a secret, gnawing fear of the future, of the unknown threats that lay beyond his borders. This fear grew in him like a shadow, until he could bear it no longer. He summoned his wisest architects and his strongest builders and gave them a monumental command to build a wall so high and so thick that it would encircle the entire kingdom, protecting his people from all possible harm. For years, the kingdom's resources were poured into this grand project. The wall rose, stone by stone, a testament to the king's power and his desperate need for security. Finally, it was complete. The kingdom was sealed, an impenetrable fortress against the outside world. But the king found no peace. His anxiety, deprived of external enemies, turned inward. He began to fear traitors within the walls. He suspected poison in his food, assassins in the palace corridors. The very wall he had built to make him feel safe had become the boundary of his prison. He was the sole inmate in a jail of his own making. And he realized with dawning horror that the enemy he sought to wall out was never outside. It was, and always had been, his own fear, his own obsessive need to control the uncontrollable nature of life. We are all, in our own way, this king. We build walls of habits, of routines, of rigid beliefs and expectations, hoping to secure a small patch of predictable territory in a vast and unpredictable universe. But these walls do not bring us peace. They only serve to imprison us, to cut us off from the vibrant, flowing, and ultimately liberating reality of life as it is. In the teachings of the Buddha, this fundamental mechanism, this engine of our suffering, is given a name. The name is upadana. It is a word from the ancient Pali language, and it is often translated as clinging or attachment. But its meaning is deeper and more active. It is the fuel that keeps a fire going. Upadana is the mental act of grasping, of holding on tightly to things, believing they are solid, permanent, and essential for our happiness. We cling to possessions, to relationships, to our youth and health, but more subtly and more powerfully, we cling to ideas. We cling to our opinions, our beliefs, and our self-image. And at the very heart of all this clinging is the attachment to the idea of a self who is in command. The desperate attempt to control our world is perhaps the most powerful form of upadana. It is the fuel for the fire of anxiety. It is the unseen chain, forged in the fires of our ancient past and cooled in the anxieties of our present, that binds us to the endless cycle of striving and disappointment. The Buddhist path does not condemn this clinging as a sin. It sees it with immense compassion as a misunderstanding. We are simply acting on a faulty premise. We are trying to grasp a fistful of water, trying to build a fortress on the surface of a flowing river. The effort is heroic, but the premise is flawed, and the outcome is inevitable suffering. These chains of control, though forged from a deep and understandable instinct for survival, have now become the very source of our entrapment. We have inherited a powerful tool that is no longer suited for the reality we live in. We are the king, pacing nervously within the walls of our own making, mistaking our prison for a sanctuary, to begin the journey towards true freedom, towards the unshakable peace that lies beyond the illusion of control. We must first be willing to do what the king was eventually forced to do. We must be willing to look with courage and honesty at the nature of the world outside our walls. We must examine the fundamental law of existence that our controlling mind tries so desperately to deny. It is a truth that can feel terrifying to the ego that wants to be in charge, yet it holds the very key to our liberation. This truth is the universal law of change, the relentless, unavoidable, and ultimately beautiful dance of impermanence. If the craving for control is the chain, then the nature of reality is the force that relentlessly tests its strength. To understand why our chains bind us so tightly and why they cause us so much pain, we must look unflinchingly at this force. We must understand the fundamental, non-negotiable law of the universe. In the language of the Buddha, this law is called anicca. The simplest translation is impermanence. But this single word barely scratches the surface of its profound meaning. Anicca is not a philosophical concept to be debated. It is the very heartbeat of existence. It is the universal truth that nothing, absolutely nothing, is static. Everything is in a constant, dynamic, and irreversible state of flow. The solid mountain you see from your window is, in its own geological time, flowing back to the earth, worn down by millennia of wind and rain. The sturdy oak tree outside is in a silent, slow-motion explosion of growth and decay. The starlight that graces the night sky is an echo from a star that may have died millions of years ago. Even your own body, which feels so solid and familiar, is a swirling colony of billions of cells, constantly dying and being replaced. You are not the same person you were 7 years ago on a cellular level, nor are you the same person you were 1 moment ago on an experiential level. Thoughts arise and vanish. Feelings swell and recede like the tides. The world you perceive is not a collection of fixed objects, but a symphony of processes. This is anicca. It is not a pessimistic or nihilistic worldview. It is simply a statement of fact, as fundamental and impersonal as the law of gravity. It is the rhythm to which all of life dances, and yet, where there is this universal law of flow, there is the human instinct to build a dam. Our craving for control, as we have seen, is a craving for security, and our mind mistakenly believes that security lies in permanence. And so, we spend our lives in a state of subtle, and sometimes overt, resistance to this fundamental truth. We fight a silent, losing war against anicca on countless fronts. We see it in our relationship with our own bodies. We cling to the vitality of youth, investing immense energy and resources in trying to freeze a single frame from the ever-rolling film of our lives. A new wrinkle, a grey hair, a pain in the knee, is not just seen as a natural change, but as a personal defeat, a failure of our control. We cling to moments of happiness with a desperate grip. The instant a moment of pure joy arises, a beautiful sunset, a perfect day with loved ones, a feeling of success. Another thought immediately follows. A shadow in the sunlight. I don't want this to end. This very thought, this resistance to the moment's inevitable passing, introduces a subtle anxiety that taints the purity of the joy itself. We are no longer fully in the experience. We are already mourning its future absence. In our careers and relationships, we crave a mythical plateau of stability. We want to reach a point where everything is settled, where the job is secure forever, where the relationship remains in the perfect equilibrium of its early days. We resist the natural evolution of things, fearing that any change must be a change for the worse. We are like a gardener who, in love with the perfection of a single rosebud, tries to prevent it from ever blooming, fearing the day its petals will inevitably fall. This resistance, this constant fight against the current of reality, is the very source of our deepest suffering. The Buddha used a powerful metaphor to explain this. The metaphor of the two arrows. The first arrow is the event itself, the objective reality of a situation. The first arrow is that you lose your job, your relationship ends, your body gets sick, a loved one passes away. These events are painful. They are the unavoidable pains of human existence. However, most of our suffering does not come from this first arrow. It comes from the second arrow, which we shoot at ourselves. The second arrow is our mental reaction, our resistance to the reality of the first. It is the thought, this shouldn't be happening. It is the anger, the resentment, the self-pity, the desperate questioning of why me. It is the entire narrative of struggle we build around the first arrow. Change is the first arrow. It is painful. Resisting change is the second arrow. And it is torturous. It is the friction burn we get from trying to hold on to something that is already moving away. The universe of Anicca is not punishing you. The river is not trying to drown you. Your suffering comes entirely from the exhausting, futile effort of trying to swim upstream. When you finally stop fighting, when you allow yourself to be carried by the current, the struggle ceases. The pain of the first arrow may still be there, but the self-inflicted torture of the second arrow dissolves. There is a timeless story from the Buddhist scriptures that illustrates this journey from frantic resistance to profound acceptance with heartbreaking beauty. It is the story of a young woman named Kisa Gautami. She lived a happy life and had a beloved infant son, who was the center of her world. One day, tragically, her son fell ill and died. Kisa Gautami was consumed by a grief so powerful that it bordered on madness. She refused to accept his death, clinging to the tiny, lifeless body. She went from house to house, desperately begging for a medicine that could bring him back. Some people mocked her, others pitied her, but no one could help her. Finally, a wise man, seeing her profound delusion, told her to go to the Buddha. He said, "The Buddha is the great physician. Surely he has a medicine for you." She ran to the Buddha and pleaded with him to revive her son. The Buddha looked at her with immense compassion and said, "I can help you, but first, you must bring me a single mustard seed. However, it must be taken from a house where no one has ever lost a child." a spouse, a parent, or a friend. Kisa Gotami's heart soared with hope. A single mustard seed seemed like such a simple task. She began her quest, going from door to door. At the first house, she asked for the seed, and the family was happy to give it to her. But when she asked the vital question, "Have you ever lost a loved one in this house?" they replied with sadness. "The living are few, but the dead are many. Please do not remind us of our deepest grief." She went to the next house, and the next, and the next. She went through the entire village, and the answer was always the same. Every family, rich or poor, young or old, had been touched by the hand of death. Slowly, painstakingly, as the sun began to set, the truth began to dawn on her. Her personal, unique agony was, in fact, the universal condition of all beings. She was not alone in her loss. With this profound realization, the fire of her frantic clinging began to cool. She gently carried her son's body to the cremation ground, laid him down, and said, "It is not only my village, it is the law of the entire world that all things must pass." She had not found the magical mustard seed, but she had found the medicine of wisdom. She had learned the truth of Anicca not as a theory, but as a felt reality. This realization that everything is impermanent can initially feel like a cause for despair. But if you sit with it, if you look deeper, you will find that Anicca is not a curse. It is the very thing that makes life precious. It is the secret ingredient that gives life its beauty, its meaning, and its poignancy. A symphony is beautiful because it has a beginning, a middle, and an end. A story is meaningful because it concludes. A sunset is breathtaking precisely because it is a fleeting, unrepeatable masterpiece, painted across the sky for only a few moments. If the sunset lasted forever, we would soon cease to notice it. If the flower never wilted, its bloom would lose its preciousness. It is the fragile, transient nature of life that calls us to pay attention, to cherish the moment, to love deeply, and to live fully. Each season of your life has its own unique flavor and its own irreplaceable gifts. The boundless energy of youth, the deep understanding of adulthood, the quiet wisdom of old age. To resist this flow is to live a life of regret, forever mourning the season that has passed, instead of savoring the one that is here. Embracing Anicca is to learn the art of living in harmony with reality. It is to learn to appreciate the dance without trying to freeze the dancer. So we see that the world we are trying so desperately to control is, by its very nature, a phantom, a flowing river of change. Every possession, every relationship, every state of mind, every plan we make is subject to the immutable law of Anicca. To base our peace and security on the permanence of these things is to build our house on the shifting tides of the ocean. It is a blueprint for inevitable disappointment. This understanding, while perhaps unsettling at first, is the essential first step towards a genuine and unshakable freedom. It dismantles the logic of our controlling mind, but it also forces us to ask an even more profound question, one that takes us from the outer world of experience to the inner world of the experiencer. If everything I see, hear, touch, taste, and think is in a constant state of flux, if my body and my feelings are relentlessly changing, then who or what is this I that is so desperately trying to hold on? What is this seemingly solid, continuous self that feels so threatened by the dance of impermanence? To answer this, we must turn our gaze inward and investigate the greatest illusion of all, the myth of the solid, unchanging self. We must walk the path from anicca to its even deeper companion truth, anatta. We have stood at the edge of the river of reality and acknowledged its ceaseless flow, the universal law of impermanence, of anicca. We have seen that the world we try to command is, by its very nature, a shimmering, unfolding process. This realization is profound, but it naturally leads to an even more intimate and challenging question. We turn the lens of our inquiry away from the outer world and point it directly at the one who is looking. We ask the fundamental question, who or what is this I that craves control? Who is this entity that feels so threatened by change, so desperate for permanence? The wisdom of the Buddha offers an answer that is both startling and liberating. This answer is captured in the word anatta. It is often translated as no self, a term that can sound frightening or nihilistic, as if it suggests we do not exist. But this is a misunderstanding. Anatta does not mean you are nothing. It means you are not a thing. You do not exist as a separate, solid, continuous, and independent entity. The self you believe to be the permanent CEO of your life, the unchanging driver of your body and mind, is an illusion. You are more like a wave in the ocean. A wave clearly exists. It has a shape, a form, a power, but it has no independent identity separate from the ocean itself. It is a momentary, beautiful expression of the water. In the same way, the self you call me is a temporary pattern, a verb, a process, not a static noun. To understand this more deeply, we can gently dissect our own experience, just as a botanist would dissect a flower to understand it. In the Buddhist tradition, what we call the self is described as a bundle of 5 processes, constantly working together, constantly changing. Let's look at them. First, there is your body. Is this you? It is constantly changing, aging, renewing its cells. The body you have today is not the body you had as a child. It is a process, not a fixed object. Second, there are your feelings or sensations, pleasant, unpleasant, neutral. They arise, they stay for a while, and they vanish, like clouds passing in the sky. Are you your fleeting happiness? Are you your momentary anger? If you were, you would cease to exist when the feeling passed. Third, there are your perceptions, the labels your mind attaches to experience. This is good. This is bad. That is a tree. This is an insult. These perceptions are learned, conditioned by your upbringing and culture, and they change over time. Are you these shifting labels? Fourth, there are your mental formations. This is the chattering stream of your thoughts, your intentions, your habits, your biases, your dreams, your fears. This stream is wild, chaotic, and rarely under your direct command. If you were your thoughts, which thought would be the real you, the noble one? Or the petty one, the loving one? Or the fearful one? They all come and go. Finally, there is consciousness itself, the raw faculty of knowing, the light that illuminates all the other processes. But even this consciousness is not a solid thing. It is dependent. It arises only in relation to an object. There is seeing of a sight, hearing of a sound, knowing of a thought. It is not a standalone entity. When you look closely, with honesty, the self as a solid, independent thing cannot be found. What you find instead is this beautiful, dynamic, interconnected process of body, feelings, perceptions, thoughts, and consciousness, all flowing together, all dependent on each other, creating the experience you call I. This fabricated self, this ego, is the king in the story of the wall. It is an identity constructed from these shifting parts. And because its foundation is inherently unstable, it is profoundly insecure. Its entire existence is a performance. It creates a story about itself. I am a successful lawyer. I am a patient mother. I am a kind person. I am a failure. This story is its most prized possession. And because it is just a story, a fragile construction, the ego's primary survival strategy is to control the world around it, to force reality to conform to its script. It is this ego that needs praise to feel real. It is this ego that is shattered by criticism, because criticism reveals the fictional nature of its identity. It is this ego that tries to control others, to control outcomes, to eliminate uncertainty, all in a desperate attempt to shore up its own shaky foundations. The immense pressure you feel in your life, the constant, draining effort to manage your image, to succeed, to never fail, is the exhausting work of maintaining and defending this fictional character. The need for control is the ego's cry for validation, its desperate attempt to prove its own existence. When you believe you are a separate, solid self, you are condemned to a life of defending a phantom fortress against an imaginary enemy. There is a powerful Zen parable that illuminates this dynamic perfectly. It is the story of the empty chariot. A monk was meditating by the side of a river, seeking deep stillness. In the distance, he could hear a chariot approaching, moving recklessly and fast. It was headed directly for his path, threatening his peace and safety. Immediately, the monk's mind began to churn. Anger arose. How arrogant, how disrespectful, he thought. He began to formulate the sharp, cutting words he would say to the driver. His sense of self felt personally attacked. His peace had been violated by this careless other. As the chariot thundered closer, he prepared himself for the confrontation. But just as it was about to run him down, he saw with perfect clarity that there was no driver. The chariot was empty. Perhaps the driver had fallen off further up the road, or the horses had simply bolted. In that instant of seeing, his anger completely vanished. It had nowhere to land. It had no object. How can you be angry at an empty chariot? It was simply a thing happening. A process unfolding according to cause and effect. The monk bowed his head, not in defeat, but in understanding. Most of the time, he realized we are getting angry at empty chariots. The people who cut us off in traffic, who say a harsh word, who don't meet our expectations, are often acting not from a solid, malicious self who is intentionally targeting us, but from their own empty chariot of conditioning, fear, pain, and unconscious habits. When we take it personally, we are creating a solid driver in their chariot and a solid victim in ours. The wisdom of anatta is the wisdom to see the empty chariot. It is to see the process, not the person, and in that seeing, the anger, the resentment, and the feeling of being personally wronged simply dissolves. The realization of anatta is not a loss. It is the ultimate liberation. It is the putting down of the heaviest burden you have ever carried. A burden so familiar you may not have even realized you were carrying it. It is the lifelong, exhausting job of being you. When there is no solid, fragile self to defend, the entire landscape of your life changes. Criticism and blame lose their sting. They are no longer attacks on your core being. They are simply feedback, information, the weather of another person's mind. Praise loses its addictive quality. It can be enjoyed, but it is not needed as a drug to validate your existence. You gain a profound flexibility. You are no longer a brittle statue that can be shattered by a single blow. You become like water, able to flow around obstacles, to adapt, to change shape, without losing your essence, and most importantly, the central question that has driven our suffering, the question of who is in control, reveals itself to be meaningless. It is like looking at a forest fire and asking, which tree is in charge of the burning? It is a system, a set of interdependent processes, unfolding according to its nature. The relief in this is immeasurable. The constant, draining project of self-management and self-defense can finally be retired. So now, we have journeyed to the heart of the illusion. We began with the burning desire for control. We then saw that the world is fundamentally uncontrollable, for it is defined by anicca, ceaseless change. And we have just seen that the very controller we thought was in charge is itself an illusion, a flowing process. The reality of anatta. We have laid the foundation. We have seen, with as much clarity as we can muster, that our entire strategy for finding happiness and security by controlling a permanent self in a permanent world is based on a profound misunderstanding. The diagnosis is complete. This understanding is the necessary ground, but it is not the destination. Knowing that you are not a thing does not tell you how to live. Knowing that the world is a flow does not tell you how to navigate it. This is not an invitation to do nothing. It is an invitation to a new way of being, a new way of acting. An action that is born not from the friction of resistance, but from the grace of clear seeing. Now that we have seen the illusion, we can begin to learn the antidote. We can begin to explore the wise and compassionate path of acceptance. We have journeyed into the heart of reality, and found its nature to be a ceaseless flow. Anicca, we have looked for the master controller of this flow, the solid self, and found only an ever-changing process, anatta, standing on this new ground, this understanding of a fluid world and a fluid self. The old strategies of rigid control and forceful resistance are revealed to be not just ineffective, but the very source of our suffering. So, what is the skillful way to live in such a world? The answer, the path that emerges from this deep seeing, is the wisdom of acceptance, but we must approach this word with great care, for it is one of the most misunderstood concepts on the spiritual path. The word acceptance often conjures images of defeat, of passive resignation, of a weary sigh and a slumping of the shoulders. We equate it with giving up, with letting people walk all over us, with condoning things that are wrong. But in the context of Buddhist wisdom, this could not be further from the truth. True acceptance is not a passive state. It is an active, courageous, and profoundly intelligent act. It is the moment you stop arguing with reality. It is a courageous alignment with what is true, right here, right now. It is the dropping of the exhausting internal war against life itself. Acceptance is not saying I like this. It is saying I see this. It is the simple, clear, non-judgmental acknowledgement of the facts on the ground, whether they are pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. To truly grasp its power, we must be absolutely clear about what acceptance is not. Acceptance is not apathy or indifference. The apathetic person says, I don't care. The accepting person says, I see this clearly, and now I can care wisely. Acceptance is not condoning harmful behavior. You can accept the reality that a person is acting in a destructive way without ever condoning their actions. In fact, seeing their behavior clearly, without the fog of your own denial or wishful thinking, is the first step toward responding to it effectively and protecting yourself. The most useful analogy is that of the weather. Imagine you step outside and it begins to rain. Passivity would be to lie down in the middle of the street, complaining about the rain and allowing yourself to become soaked and sick. This is useless suffering. Acceptance, on the other hand, is the simple, clear acknowledgement. It is raining. This acknowledgement is not a judgment on the rain. It is not a statement of defeat. It is a statement of fact. And based on this clear seeing of reality, you can then perform a wise action. You can open an umbrella. You can put on a coat. You can go back inside. The action you take is effective precisely because it is based on an acceptance of the actual conditions. Arguing with the rain, insisting it should be sunny, is insanity. But this is exactly what we do in our minds with so many aspects of our lives. We argue with traffic. We argue with our past mistakes. We argue with other people's choices. We argue with our own feelings. We live in a state of constant, futile argument with the rain. This leads to the next crucial point. Acceptance is not the end of action. It is the necessary beginning of all wise and effective action. Any general must have an accurate report from the battlefield before they can devise a winning strategy. Any doctor must have a correct diagnosis before they can prescribe an effective treatment. in our own lives. Acceptance is our accurate diagnosis, our clear report from the field. It is the firm, solid ground upon which we can stand to take our next step. When we act from a place of resistance, of non-acceptance, our actions are really just reactions. They are blind, fueled by anger, fear, and frustration. They are the frantic thrashing of a drowning person, which only serves to pull them under. When we honk the horn in a traffic jam, we are reacting from resistance. It achieves nothing and only increases our own stress. A response born from acceptance, however, is different. It is clear, calm, and purposeful. After accepting I am in a traffic jam, a wise response might be to take a few deep breaths, to listen to a calming piece of music, to use the time to think, or to check a map for a possible alternate route. Acceptance creates a vital space, a moment of stillness between the event and your response to it. In that space, you reclaim your power. You are no longer a puppet of your circumstances. Reacting on instinct, you are a conscious agent, choosing your response from a place of clarity and freedom. The perfect metaphor for this principle is the terrifying experience of being caught in quicksand. Every instinct in your body screams at you to struggle, to fight, to thrash your way out. It is the primal, desperate reaction of a trapped animal. But anyone who knows about quicksand will tell you that this is the worst possible thing you can do. The frantic struggle, the resistance against your situation, is precisely what makes you sink faster and deeper. Your very attempt to save yourself through struggle becomes the mechanism of your demise. The only way to survive is to do something that feels profoundly counterintuitive. You must stop struggling. You must accept the terrifying reality of your situation. You must relax your body, lean back, and spread your limbs out, increasing your surface area. This act of acceptance, of ceasing the fight, is what stops you from sinking. It allows you to float on the surface. From this position of accepted reality, and only from this position, can you then begin the slow, careful, and deliberate actions of trying to edge your way to solid ground. Acceptance, in this case, is not passivity. It is the most active, intelligent, and life-saving thing you can do. So it is with our lives. When we are caught in the quicksand of a difficult situation, a painful emotion, a devastating loss, our instinct is to thrash about in resistance. But this struggle only makes us sink deeper into suffering. The path to freedom requires the courage to stop, to breathe, to accept the reality of this is where I am, and from that place of stillness, to respond with wisdom. Finally, consider the immense amount of life force, the sheer quantity of mental and emotional energy that is consumed every single day by the useless work of resistance. Think about it in your own life. How much energy is spent replaying past conversations, wishing you had said something different? How much energy is burned up in complaining, either out loud or in the silent monologue of your mind, about your job, your family, your circumstances? How much energy is dedicated to the project of worrying about the future? trying to control 1,000 variables that are utterly beyond your command. This internal friction is like running a massive, energy-guzzling piece of software that is constantly open in the background of your mind. It drains your resources, slows down your processing speed, and leaves you feeling perpetually exhausted. The practice of acceptance is like finding this program and simply closing it. The moment you drop the argument with reality, all of that energy is liberated. It is returned to you. It becomes available for what truly matters: for creativity, for problem solving, for learning, for connecting with others, for experiencing the joy of the present moment. This is not a small thing. It is the recovery of a vast inner resource that you can then invest in living a more vibrant, engaged, and meaningful life. Therefore, we can see acceptance for what it truly is. It is not a weak and passive surrender, but a powerful, active alignment with the truth. It is not about liking your situation, but about having the courage to see it without the distorting filters of your hopes and fears. It is the bedrock of emotional maturity and the launchpad for all skillful action. It is the act of putting down your weapons in a war you can never win, and discovering the profound peace that was always waiting for you behind the battlefield of your own mind. Now that we have defined what acceptance means in principle and understood its power, the journey must become more practical. The intellect can grasp the idea, but the heart and body must learn the feeling. How do we actually cultivate this state, especially when faced with the sharp, painful, and frustrating edges of life? How do we translate this understanding into an embodied reality? This requires us to look even more closely at the mechanics of our own minds, to learn the subtle and profound art of meeting difficulty without adding the second arrow of our own struggle. This leads us directly to the practical power of non-resistance. Having understood that acceptance is an active and intelligent alignment with reality, we must now explore its most potent, practical expression, the power of non-resistance. If acceptance is the destination, non-resistance is the path you walk to get there. It is the moment-to-moment application of wisdom in the face of life's unfolding. To grasp this power, imagine a great storm sweeping through a valley. In this valley stand two trees. One is a magnificent, ancient oak, a symbol of strength, rigidity, and endurance. Its trunk is thick, its branches unyielding. The other is a slender, humble willow, its branches long and supple. As the winds howl and the rain drives down, the great oak stands firm. It resists. It fights the wind's power with its own brute strength. Its branches groan and strain under the immense pressure, holding their ground, refusing to yield. The willow, in contrast, appears weak. It does not fight. It yields. It bends. Its branches dance with the storm, flowing with the energy of the wind, letting it pass through. When the storm finally subsides and the sun emerges, the mighty oak, a symbol of resistance, lies broken, its massive trunk splintered, its pride shattered. The humble willow, the master of non-resistance, simply sways gently in the breeze, its leaves glistening, unharmed and whole. In our lives, we are taught to be the oak. We are taught that strength is rigidity, that to win is to never back down. But the wisdom of the path teaches us the true strength, the strength that endures, is the flexible, yielding, intelligent strength of the willow. Let's bring this into your own direct experience. What does resistance feel like in your own mind and body? It feels like a clenching, a tightening, a bracing against what is happening. It is the knot in your stomach when you receive bad news. It is the tightening in your jaw when someone says something you disagree with. It is the tense posture of your shoulders as you navigate a stressful day. And this physical tension is always accompanied by a specific mental activity, an inner monologue of argument. This monologue is the sound of resistance. It is the voice in your head that repeats over and over. This shouldn't be happening. This is not fair. Why is this happening to me? It was supposed to be different. This internal argument is the very definition of the second arrow. The first arrow is the event itself, the storm. But this relentless, painful monologue is the second arrow we fire into our own heart. Again and again, it is a futile war, waged against a reality that has already occurred. You cannot win an argument with what is. You can only exhaust yourself in the process. The event itself might be painful, but it is this layer of mental resistance, this constant internal no, that transforms pain into profound suffering. It is the friction that generates the searing heat of anger, the cold dread of anxiety, and the heavy fog of despair. The practice of non-resistance is the conscious decision to stop firing that second arrow. It is the practice of becoming the willow tree in the small and large storms of your daily life. Let's make this incredibly practical. You are stuck in a traffic jam, late for an important meeting. The oak tree response, the resistance, is immediate. Unfulfilled. You grip the steering wheel. Your blood pressure rises. You mutter curses at the cars around you. You are at war with the traffic jam. The willow tree response, the path of non-resistance, begins with a single, conscious breath. It begins with the simple acknowledgement of the fact, without the layer of judgment, okay? I am in a traffic jam. This is happening. In that moment of acceptance, a space opens up. The internal war pauses. You have stopped arguing with the undeniable reality. From this space of non-resistance, new possibilities emerge. Instead of stewing in toxic anger, you can choose to use this unexpected pause. You can listen to that podcast you've been meaning to hear. You can practice mindful breathing. You can simply look around and notice the humanity in the other cars. The external situation has not changed. You are still late, but your internal universe has been transformed from a private hell of suffering into a moment of peace, or even quiet opportunity. This principle applies everywhere. When receiving criticism, non-resistance is the ability to listen without immediate defensiveness. When a plan is cancelled, it is the ability to pivot without frustration. It is the art of meeting life as it is, not as you demand it to be. There is a timeless Taoist story that perfectly illustrates this wisdom. It is the story of an old farmer and his horse. One day, the farmer's only horse ran away. His neighbors came to console him, saying, "Oh, what terrible luck." The farmer simply replied, "Good luck. Bad luck. Who knows?" A week later, the horse returned, and it brought with it a herd of wild horses. The neighbors gathered again, this time to congratulate him. "Oh, what wonderful luck," they exclaimed. The farmer, unmoved, replied, "Good luck. Bad luck. Who knows the next day?" The farmer's son was trying to tame one of the wild horses when he was thrown off and broke his leg. The neighbors came once more, full of pity. "Your only son, now crippled. This is truly bad luck." The farmer just looked at them and said, "Good luck. Bad luck, who knows?" A few weeks passed, and the country went to war. The emperor's army came to the village, conscripting every able-bodied young man because the farmer's son had a broken leg. He was the only one left behind. The neighbors, whose sons had been marched off to almost certain death, came to the farmer. "You were right," they said, "your son being spared. It was the greatest luck of all." The farmer, looking out at his fields, simply said, "Good luck. Bad luck, who knows?" The farmer's wisdom was not indifference. It was a profound non-resistance. He refused to engage in the ego's game of labeling events as good or bad. He understood that life is a vast, interconnected web of causes and effects, far too complex for our limited judgments. His peace came from his willingness to let the story unfold, without resisting the parts he didn't like, or clinging to the parts he did. He lived in a state of wise, open acceptance. It is crucial to understand, once again, that this yielding, this non-resistance, is not the same as inaction. The willow tree is not a dead log. It is alive, responsive, and engaged with the storm. Non-resistance does not mean you don't act. It means your actions are no longer fueled by the brittle, reactive, and often destructive energy of fear and anger. Instead, your actions arise from a place of clarity, wisdom, and peace. You still take the necessary steps to improve your life and the lives of others. You still work to heal injustice, to solve problems, to care for your health, but the inner quality of the action is completely different. You remove a painful thorn from your foot. You do this not because you are at war with the thorn, not because you are resisting its existence, but simply because it is the clear, wise, and compassionate thing to do. The action is calm and effective. You act to navigate reality, not to fight it. This is the difference between a frantic struggle and a skillful dance. The dancer does not fight the music. She moves with it, and in doing so, creates something beautiful. The power of non-resistance, then, is the power to find peace, not by changing the world, but by changing our relationship to it. It is the wisdom of the willow, the wisdom of the farmer. It is the quiet strength that comes from dropping the rope in the tug of war with reality. By ceasing our internal struggle, we conserve our precious life energy and discover a profound stillness, even in the midst of life's greatest storms. We have now understood what acceptance means. and we have seen how non-resistance is its most powerful and practical expression. This intellectual understanding is a vital first step, but how do we put this into practice? From moment to moment, the habit of resistance is deep, automatic, and often unconscious. We tense up. We argue in our minds before we are even aware we are doing it. How can we catch ourselves in the act? How can we cultivate the ability to notice our own resistance as it arises, without judging it, and gently let it go? To do this, we need to develop a specific quality of mind. We need to train a form of awareness that can act as a gentle, unwavering mirror, reflecting our inner state back to us in real time. This foundational skill, this core practice for seeing reality as it is, without the immediate filter of resistance, is the art and science of mindfulness. We have explored the wisdom of acceptance and the practical power of non-resistance. We understand, intellectually, that the path to peace lies not in fighting reality, but in yielding to it with the supple strength of a willow tree. But understanding is one thing, and living it is another. The habit of resistance is so deeply ingrained, so automatic, that it often hijacks our minds before we are even aware of it. We need a tool. We need a way to cultivate a quality of awareness that can shine a light on our own inner world, allowing us to see our habits of control and resistance as they arise. This tool, this foundational skill of the path, is mindfulness. The word has become common, but its meaning is precise and profound. Mindfulness is the awareness that arises from paying attention, on purpose, in the present moment, and non-judgmentally. Let us unpack those four components, for they hold the key. First, paying attention on purpose. This is not the scattered, passive awareness of daydreaming. It is an intentional, deliberate act of directing your attention. Second, in the present moment, it is the gentle but firm practice of pulling your mind away from its endless wanderings into the past, with its regrets and replays, and away from its anxious projections into the future, with its worries and what-ifs. It is an anchoring in the only moment that is ever real right now. And third, and most crucially, non-judgmentally. This is the radical part. It means observing your experience, both inner and outer, without the immediate overlay of, I like this, I want more, or I don't like this, I want it to go away. It is seeing without condemning, without clinging, without pushing away. It is an awareness that is as spacious and unconditional as the sky, allowing all the clouds of thought and feeling to pass through without resistance. The practice of mindfulness is, in essence, your own personal laboratory for studying the illusion of control. You do not need to read a book about it. You can observe it directly in the petri dish of your own mind. When you intentionally decide to sit still and simply be with your experience for a few minutes, you get a front row seat to the antics of the controlling ego. You might begin by focusing on your breath, and within seconds, an itch appears on your nose. Observe what happens. Notice the immediate, almost irresistible impulse to fix it, to control the unpleasant sensation, to make it go away. This is the micro version of all your life struggles An uncomfortable memory from your past might arise. Observe the mind's immediate reaction, the desire to suppress it, to distract yourself by thinking of something else, to mentally run away. This is the habit of resistance in action. Then, a feeling of deep peace might descend upon you. And what does the mind do? It clings. It grasps. It starts thinking, this is it. How can I keep this feeling? How can I make it last? This is the desire for control in its other form attachment. By simply sitting and watching this inner drama unfold with a non-judgmental awareness, you are no longer the actor caught in the play. You become the audience. You see the mechanisms of craving and aversion, of control and resistance, not as abstract theories, but as tangible processes happening inside you. This seeing is the beginning of freedom. The formal practice of mindfulness begins with an anchor, an object of attention to which we can return again and again. The most common and accessible anchor is the breath. It is always with you. It is always in the present moment. And it is relatively neutral. The instruction is beautifully simple. Find a posture that is comfortable for you, one that embodies both dignity and ease. Whether sitting in a chair or on a cushion, you can gently close your eyes or leave them softly open with a lowered gaze. Then, simply bring your attention to the physical sensations of your breath. Wherever you feel them most clearly, it might be the cool air passing through your nostrils, the slight tickle in the back of your throat, or the gentle rise and fall of your abdomen. Your only job is to rest your awareness there. Now, here is the most important instruction of all. Your mind will wander. It will be distracted by thoughts, sounds, feelings, and plans. This is not a mistake. It is not a failure. It is simply what minds do. The practice of mindfulness is not about preventing the mind from wandering. The practice is the moment you realize it has wandered, and then gently, kindly, and without any judgment, you escort your attention back to the anchor of the breath. That moment of return is the essential movement of mindfulness. Every time you do it, you are strengthening the muscle of your attention. Every time you return with kindness instead of frustration, you are actively practicing non-resistance toward your own mind. You are becoming the willow tree, not the rigid oak. A beautiful and powerful metaphor for the mindful mind is that of a lighthouse standing on a rocky shore. The sea represents your life, the totality of your experience. Sometimes the sea is calm and peaceful, shimmering in the sun. At other times, it is a raging storm with colossal waves of anger, fear, or grief crashing against the shore. The lighthouse does not try to control the sea. It knows it cannot. It does not try to command the waves to be still or to stop the wind from blowing. To do so would be futile. The lighthouse has only one function, but it is the most important one. It is to stand firm on its foundation and to shine its light steadily and unwaveringly out into the storm. Its light does not eliminate the waves, but it illuminates them. It reveals their shape, their power, and the dangerous rocks they hide. For the ships on the sea, which represent your conscious self, this light is everything. It allows them to navigate the storm with wisdom and skill, to steer clear of the rocks of automatic destructive reactions. And to find a safe passage, your mindful awareness is this light. It is your capacity to remain steady and present, shining the beam of your attention on your own inner storms without being swept away by them. It doesn't promise a life without storms, but it offers you the ability to navigate any storm with courage and grace. The ultimate power of this practice is the creation of what has been called a sacred gap. The psychologist and Holocaust survivor Viktor Frankl wrote, "Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. For most of us, for most of our lives, that space is infinitesimally small. It is a hairline fracture. A stimulus happens, a critical comment, a frustrating event, a difficult feeling, and the reaction is instantaneous, automatic, and conditioned by our past. We are slaves to this chain reaction. Mindfulness is the practice of systematically widening that space. A critical comment is heard stimulus because you have been practicing. You don't just react. Your mindful awareness, the lighthouse beam, illuminates what is happening inside you. You notice the heat rising in your chest, the clenching of your fists, the defensive thought forming in your mind, the space. Because you can see this, you are not possessed by it. You have a choice. You can choose to lash out, as you might have done automatically in the past. Or you can choose to take a breath. You can choose to remain silent. You can choose to respond with a calm question. In that choice, you find your freedom. You are no longer reacting. You are responding. You are no longer a puppet. You are the conscious navigator of your own life. Thus, mindfulness is not some esoteric, mystical state. It is a practical, trainable skill that allows you to embody the wisdom we have been exploring. It is the tool that enables you to see your own resistance in real time, which is the first and most necessary step to letting it go. It is the practice that allows you to experience the truths of Anicca and Anatta directly, not just as ideas. By observing the ceaseless flow of your own experience and the non-solid nature of your own mind. As you continue to practice, as the light of your mindfulness becomes brighter and more stable, it begins to illuminate ever more subtle layers of your experience. You start to notice not just the big, obvious resistances, but also the fine, delicate, and often hidden ways you try to control reality. And one of the most pervasive of these is the web of expectations we spin around almost every moment of our lives. We see how much of our daily frustration and disappointment comes not from events themselves, but from the collision of those events with our preconceived ideas of how they should have been. This direct seeing of our own attachment to outcomes, made possible by mindfulness, serves as the perfect gateway to our next exploration, the profoundly liberating practice of letting go of the heavy anchor of expectations. As the steady light of mindfulness illuminates our inner world, we begin to notice the subtle, yet powerful, engines of our own distress. We see the gross mechanisms of resistance, the clenching against traffic jams and frustrating news, but with a clearer light, we see something finer, something more pervasive. We see the delicate, invisible threads we spin around every situation, every relationship, every plan. These threads are our expectations. We weave them with the hopes of creating certainty and security. But in reality, they form a vast, sticky web that ensnares our peace of mind. We can think of these expectations as a heavy anchor we carry with us on our journey. We believe this anchor keeps us safe, that it moors us to the solid ground of our desires. But the river of life, the flow of anicca, is always moving, and so we find ourselves dragging this immense weight along the riverbed. It snags on the unexpected rocks of reality. It gets tangled in the weeds of other people's choices. And it makes our journey a slow, exhausting, and often painful struggle. The practice of letting go is the conscious and courageous act of cutting the rope to this anchor. To do this, we must first make a crucial distinction between healthy goals and unhealthy expectations. This is not a call to abandon all ambition or to drift through life without direction. A goal is a compass. It gives you a direction to travel, a star to navigate by. A goal is about your intention and your effort. You might have a goal to run a marathon, to become a more patient parent, or to learn a new skill. These goals orient you. They give your actions meaning, and they are focused on the process of what you can do. An expectation, on the other hand, is not a compass. It is a rigid, non-negotiable map with a single, pre-drawn destination. An expectation is a demand you place on reality. It is a script you have written, which you then insist the universe must perform for you. The goal is, I will train with discipline and dedication for this marathon. The expectation is, I must finish in under 4 hours, and the weather must be perfect. Otherwise, the entire experience is a failure. The goal is, I will practice listening and breathing to be a more patient parent. The expectation is, my child must therefore behave perfectly and never trigger my impatience. Do you see the difference? The goal is in your power. The expectation is an attempt to control that which is outside your power, and it is in the gap between our rigid expectation and the fluid, unpredictable nature of reality that the bitter waters of disappointment are born. These expectations form the unspoken scripts for our lives, and we are often the last to realize we are even reading from them. We have a detailed script for the perfect romantic partner, the perfect job, the perfect vacation, the perfect holiday dinner. We carry these scripts around in our minds, and we constantly measure reality against their pages. When another person, who is living their own life according to their own nature and causes and conditions, deviates from our script, we feel a sense of profound injustice. It's not just that things didn't go our way. It feels like reality itself has made a mistake. When a friend doesn't text back as quickly as our script dictates, we feel slighted. When a project at work doesn't receive the praise our script demanded, we feel overlooked and resentful. When a family gathering includes the inevitable awkward moments and disagreements that our script explicitly forbade, we feel frustrated and let down. In each case, our suffering does not come from the event itself, but from the violent collision between the event and our hidden blueprint. We are not just sad. We are indignant. We are not just disappointed. We are offended by reality's failure to follow our direction. This is the telltale sign that an expectation is at play. The path from this rigid expectation to a state of flow is beautifully illustrated in the Zen art of archery. Imagine a novice archer. As they approach the line, their entire being is focused on the target. Their mind is a whirlwind of desire and fear, the desire to hit the bullseye, and the fear of missing. Their shoulders are tense. Their breath is shallow. Their grip is too tight. Their entire focus is on the outcome. Because of this tension, their shot is often erratic. Now imagine an expert archer. They are aware of the target, but it is not their primary focus. Their focus is on the process. They feel the solid ground beneath their feet. They feel the smooth, polished wood of the bow in their hand. They concentrate on the perfect, fluid motion of drawing the bowstring, on the calm and steady rhythm of their breath. They trust that a perfect process will naturally lead to a good result. The outcome is secondary to the quality of the action. Finally, imagine the Zen master. For the master, the separation has dissolved. There is no longer an archer, a bow, and a target. There is only the seamless, unfolding process of archery. The mind is empty of desire for a specific outcome. The arrow releases itself at the one perfect moment, not because the archer decides, but because the process has reached its natural culmination. Hitting the bullseye is not even the point. It is simply what happens when the actor, the action, and the environment become one. The greatest freedom and the highest skill are found not in controlling the outcome, but in dissolving completely into the process. This is a beautiful ideal, but how do we practice it when we are not Zen masters? How do we begin to let go of our own heavy anchors? The practice begins, as always, with mindfulness. First, you use your awareness to notice the feeling of disappointment, frustration, or resentment when it arises. See this feeling not as an enemy, but as a messenger. It is a signal from your inner world. Second, you gently investigate. You ask yourself, what is the message? What expectation of mine was just violated? What unspoken script was I writing for this moment? Simply naming the expectation, bringing it from the unconscious darkness into the light of awareness, robs it of much of its power. You see it for what it is, a mere thought, a preference, not a sacred law of the universe. Third, you can ask yourself a question that opens the door to freedom. What would this moment feel like if I brought my whole self to it? My full effort and presence, but without any demand for a specific result. This question shifts your entire orientation, from one of control to one of participation. Finally, you deliberately place your attention on the quality of your action in the present. If you are writing, focus on the forming of each sentence. If you are listening to your child, focus on the sound of their voice and the look in their eyes. You let the action itself become the reward. You fall in love with the process, not the prize. When we learn to let go of the anchor of expectations, our lives become infinitely lighter and more spacious. We move from a life of demand to a life of offering. We offer our best effort. We offer our deepest presence. We offer our most skillful action to the moment. And then we let go. We allow the universe to take care of the results, which it was going to do anyway. This is an act of profound trust and humility. It frees us from the constant anxiety of trying to micromanage the future. It allows us to meet life with a sense of open curiosity, rather than a rigid checklist. We are no longer the frustrated playwright, watching our actors flub their lines. We are a curious and engaged audience member, eager to see how the magnificent, unpredictable play of life unfolds. But our habit of clinging is not just directed towards the future. We also drag a heavy anchor tied to the past. We carry a whole set of expectations about how people should have acted, how events should have turned out. We hold on to grievances, regrets, and resentments, which are all forms of resisting a past that cannot be changed. To be truly free, to sail with the current of life without any drag, we must learn to cut the rope to this anchor as well. This requires us to undertake the courageous and deeply healing work of forgiveness. We have seen how our minds, in their quest for certainty, cast a heavy anchor of expectations into the unknown waters of the future. We have explored the profound lightness that comes from cutting that rope and allowing the future to unfold as it will. But our minds do not only anchor themselves to the future with equal, if not greater, tenacity. They cast an anchor into the past. This anchor is forged from the molten metal of our painful memories, our grievances, our resentments, and our regrets. It is the heavy weight of how things should have been. We cling to a script of a past that did not happen. And this clinging, this resistance to the unchangeable reality of what has already occurred, is a source of immense and ongoing suffering. The practice that allows us to cut the rope to this anchor, to free ourselves from the tyranny of yesterday, is the courageous and healing art of forgiveness. Forgiveness, in its deepest sense, is a radical form of acceptance. It is the final, unconditional acceptance that the past is over. It is the letting go of the futile hope for a better past. It is not about condoning what happened. It is not about forgetting the pain. It is the simple, yet profound, act of accepting that it happened and choosing to no longer allow it to poison the present moment. To hold on to resentment is one of the most tragic and misunderstood of human endeavors. There is a powerful saying that holding on to anger and resentment is like drinking a cup of poison and waiting for the other person to die. Let us sit with the truth of that image. When you are consumed by a grievance, when you endlessly replay a hurtful event in your mind, who is feeling the searing heat of that anger, who is experiencing the tightening in the chest, the bitterness in the throat, who is marinating their own consciousness in the toxic juices of old pain? The answer is always, and only, you. The person who hurt you may be thousands of miles away. They may be living their life without a single thought of you. They may have even passed away. Yet, in the prison of your own mind, you keep them alive. You keep the event alive, and you voluntarily drink the poison of that memory, day after day. This is a futile attempt to control the past. It's as if by the sheer force of our present anger, we believe we can somehow retroactively punish the person or change the outcome. But the past is the one thing that is utterly immune to our control. Resentment is the war we wage on history. a war that has only one certain casualty, our own peace of mind. This is why forgiveness, at its core, is a gift you give to yourself. We are often taught to think of forgiveness as a benevolent act bestowed upon the perpetrator, a magnanimous letting them off the hook. And this framing often makes it feel impossible. How can I let them off the hook when they hurt me so badly, we ask. But this is to misunderstand its true function. True forgiveness has very little to do with the other person. It is an act of profound self-compassion. It is the moment you decide that your own freedom is more important than your grievance. It is the moment you declare that you will no longer allow the events of the past to dictate the quality of your present. Imagine you have been walking for years with a heavy sack of rocks on your back. The rocks are your resentments, your regrets, your old hurts. Your shoulders ache. Your back is bent, and every step is a struggle. Forgiveness is the simple act of putting down the sack. You don't do it for the sake of the rocks. You do it for the relief of your own body and soul. It is a declaration of sovereignty over your own inner world. It is saying, what you did may have been wrong, but I will no longer allow your past actions to be the architect of my present suffering. There is a classic Zen story that captures this truth with perfect simplicity. Two monks, one senior and one junior, were on a long pilgrimage. Their vows were very strict, one of which was that they were never to make physical contact with a woman. After walking for many hours, they came to a river where the bridge had been washed away. A young, beautifully dressed woman stood there, distressed, as she could not cross the muddy, fast-flowing water without ruining her fine clothes. The junior monk, rigid in his piety, looked away, muttering about the woman's vanity. He would not even consider helping. The senior monk, however, assessed the situation without a word. He walked over to the woman, lifted her gently into his arms, and carried her across the churning river. He set her down on the far bank. She thanked him profusely, and he simply bowed and continued on his way. The junior monk was aghast, scandalized. He followed his master, his mind a tempest of judgment and outrage. For hours, they walked in silence. But the junior monk's inner turmoil only grew. He replayed the scene again and again, his anger and self-righteousness building with every step. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he burst out, "Brother, how could you do that? You know our vows. You touched a woman, you carried her in your arms. You have broken our sacred precepts." The senior monk stopped, turned to his young companion with a look of genuine surprise, and said softly, "Brother, I set that woman down by the riverbank hours ago. Why are you still carrying her? We are all so often, the junior monk, we carry the hurts, the slights, the injustices of the past with us, long after the events are over. Forgiveness is the simple, liberating act of setting them down on the riverbank. The practice of forgiveness is a gentle process, not a forceful command. It cannot be rushed. It begins with acknowledging the pain. It does not deny the hurt. It allows the feeling of anger or sadness to be there, meeting it with the light of mindfulness. Then, it can be helpful to reflect that the person who hurt you was most likely acting from their own place of suffering. their own conditioning, their own empty chariot. This does not excuse their behavior, but it can help to depersonalize it, to see it less as a targeted attack on you, and more as a manifestation of their own inner turmoil. The core of the practice is then a conscious choice, a setting of an intention. You can say, silently in your own heart, I have carried this burden for long enough. For the sake of my own peace, for the health of my own heart, I choose to let this go. I release you from the prison of my anger. You may have to do this many times, but each time, you loosen the grip a little more. And perhaps the most crucial part of this practice is turning it upon ourselves. We are often our own harshest judges, holding on to self-blame and regret with an iron fist. We must learn to forgive ourselves for not being perfect, for making mistakes, for acting from a place of ignorance or fear. We must look back at our past selves with the same compassion we would offer a dear friend, acknowledging that we did the best we could with the understanding we had at the time. Self-forgiveness is letting go of the expectation that you should have been flawless. In letting go of our expectations of the future, and in forgiving the wounds of the past, we arrive more fully and freely into the present moment. We are no longer defined by what has been, or by what we demand will be. This clear, present moment awareness allows us to see our own actions with greater clarity, the actions that cause hurt, and the actions that lead to forgiveness do not happen in a vacuum. They are part of a vast, impersonal law of cause and effect. An action motivated by resentment will produce one kind of result for ourselves and others. An action motivated by forgiveness and compassion will produce another. To truly understand how to act skillfully in the precious moments of our lives, free from the anchors of past and future, we must explore this fundamental principle that governs all intentional action. This insight into the nature of cause and effect is the path to understanding the profound and often misunderstood law of karma. As we learn to release our grip on the past through forgiveness and on the future by letting go of expectations, we arrive more fully into the potent space of the present moment. It is here, and only here, that we can act. It is here that our lives are truly lived. But how do we act skillfully if we are not meant to rigidly control outcomes? What then guides our choices? The answer lies in one of the most profound and widely misunderstood concepts in Eastern wisdom, the law of karma. The word itself is steeped in misconception. In the popular imagination, karma is often seen as a cosmic system of reward and punishment, a sort of supernatural scorekeeper who doles out justice, or it is confused with fate, a predetermined destiny that we are powerless to change. But the true meaning of karma is far more simple, scientific, and empowering. The word karma in Sanskrit literally means action. The law of karma is simply the law of cause and effect applied to our intentional actions. It states that every volitional action, speech, and thought we make is a cause, a seed that we plant, which will, in time, bear a corresponding fruit or result. It is not a judgment from an external God, but an impersonal, natural law, as reliable as the law of gravity. If you plant an apple seed, you will not get a mango tree. If you act out of anger, the fruit will not be peace. This understanding of karma brings us to the very heart of our exploration of control. For weeks, we have been talking about letting go, about relinquishing our desperate attempts to control the uncontrollable. But the wisdom of karma reveals the other side of this coin. It shows us where our true power, our legitimate and rightful sphere of control, actually lies. The great illusion is to believe we can control the fruit of our actions. We cannot. The final outcome of any situation is the result of a million different causes and conditions, most of which are completely outside our influence. But we have absolute 100% control over one thing: the intention behind our actions in this very moment. This is the great pivot of the spiritual life. It is a radical shift of focus from the external world of results to the internal world of motivation. You cannot control whether your presentation will be a success, but you can control the intention to prepare diligently and speak truthfully. You cannot control whether someone will appreciate your kindness, but you can control the intention to act from a kind heart. You cannot control whether you will be healed from an illness, but you can control the intention to care for your body with compassion and wisdom. This is not a disempowering realization. It is the most empowering realization of all. It brings the locus of control back home from the chaotic, unpredictable world outside to the sacred space of your own heart. The most beautiful metaphor for understanding this is that of a gardener. Imagine a gardener who wishes to cultivate a beautiful and bountiful garden. This is their goal. The wise gardener understands that there are many things they cannot control. They cannot control the weather, whether there will be a sudden drought or a damaging hailstorm. They cannot control the arrival of pests or disease. They cannot control whether a particular seed will have the vitality to sprout, or whether a deer will jump the fence and eat the tender shoots. If the gardener's peace of mind is dependent on controlling these outcomes, they will live in a state of constant anxiety, frustration, and disappointment. They will be at war with nature itself. However, the wise gardener also knows that there is a whole realm of things that are entirely within their control. They can choose the best quality seeds they can find, seeds of health and vitality. This is choosing a skillful intention. They can spend time carefully preparing the soil, enriching it with compost and nutrients. This is cultivating wholesome thoughts and a healthy mind. They can plant the seeds at the right depth and at the right time of year. This is skillful action. They can be diligent about watering and pulling the weeds that threaten to choke the young plants. This is the practice of consistent effort and removing unwholesome mental states. The gardener's wisdom lies in pouring all of their love, attention, and care into these controllable actions, and then letting go. They tend their garden with the utmost skill and integrity, and they accept the final harvest, whatever it may be, with equanimity, knowing they did their part perfectly. Their peace comes not from the size of the harvest, but from the quality of their gardening. This is the shift from being obsessed with the fruit of the action to finding integrity in the quality of the action. Our modern world is almost exclusively focused on the fruit. We are judged, and we judge ourselves by the results, the salary, the job title, the grade on the exam, the number of likes on a social media post. This is a recipe for anxiety, because as we have seen, the fruit is never fully in our control. The path of wisdom invites us to find our satisfaction and our self-worth in the quality of the action itself. The quality of your action is determined by the intention behind it. When you speak, is your intention to connect, to clarify, to help, or is it to dominate, to achieve, to belittle when you perform your work? Is your intention to contribute, to create value, to do your best? Or is it simply to get by with the minimum effort when you listen to another person? Is your intention to truly understand them, or are you just waiting for your turn to speak when you find your fulfillment in the quality of the action? You become untouchable. The external world can do what it will, but no one can take away the integrity of your intention. You are free from the roller coaster of praise and blame, success and failure. You have found a source of peace that is entirely self-contained. How do we practice this karmic awareness in our daily lives? It begins with creating a pause. The space between stimulus and response that we cultivated with mindfulness now becomes a space for karmic inquiry. Before you speak, before you type that email, before you make that decision, especially in a moment of emotional charge, you can learn to create a small, internal pause. In that precious space, you ask yourself a simple question. What is my intention right now? What is the motivation behind the action I am about to take? You can then check this intention against a simple diagnostic. Is it rooted in skillful qualities? What the Buddhist tradition calls kusala. These are intentions of generosity, kindness, compassion, clarity, and wisdom. Or is it rooted in unskillful qualities? Akusala. These are intentions born from the three poisons of greed, wanting more, clinging, hatred, aversion, anger, ill will, and delusion, confusion, ignorance. This simple, repeated practice of checking your motivation before you act is the very essence of purifying your karma at its source. It is the gardener pausing to inspect each seed for health and quality before placing it in the sacred soil of the world. It ensures that the garden you are planting for your future and for the future of all those around you will be one of peace, happiness, and well-being. Understanding karma then does not bind us to fate. It frees us to become the conscious creators of our lives. It liberates us from the exhausting and futile obsession with controlling outcomes. And it empowers us by placing the steering wheel of our lives firmly in our own hands. Right here, right now, we are the gardeners. The quality of our garden depends entirely on the quality of the seeds we choose to plant in each moment. This naturally leads to a final, crucial question. What kind of soil is most fertile for these seeds of skillful action? What inner state of being makes it easiest to act from a place of love and wisdom, rather than fear and aversion? An action performed with a hard, contracted, and fearful heart will be vastly different from the same action performed with a soft, open, and loving heart. To cultivate the very best conditions for our karmic seeds to flourish, we must first learn to tend to the soil of our own heart. We must learn to water it with the boundless warmth of unconditional friendliness, both towards ourselves and towards all other beings. This essential practice of preparing the heart is the cultivation of metta, or loving kindness. We have seen that our actions, our karma, are like seeds we plant in every moment, and that the quality of these seeds is determined by the intention in our hearts. This leads us to a vital question. What is the quality of the soil into which we are planting? A seed of goodwill planted in the hard, dry, rocky soil of a fearful and contracted heart will struggle to grow, to become truly skillful gardeners of our lives. We must learn not only to choose good seeds, but also to cultivate rich, fertile, and life-giving soil. This practice of tending to the heart, of creating the most nourishing inner environment possible, is the cultivation of what is known in the Pali language as metta. The word is often translated as loving kindness, but it can also be understood as unconditional friendliness, a boundless warmth, or a benevolent intention. It is a simple, yet profoundly transformative wish for well-being, extended without condition, without expectation of return, and without exception. It is the quiet, steady, heartfelt wish. For ourselves and for all others, may you be happy and well. May you be safe and at peace. Metta is the direct and most powerful antidote to the states of mind that fuel our need for control. The desire to control, to dominate, to resist, almost always arises from a place of fear. We perceive a person, a situation, or a feeling as a threat to our well-being or our ego, and our heart contracts. It becomes hard, defensive, and judgmental. In this contracted state, we see the world in terms of us versus them, right versus wrong, good versus bad. This is the fertile ground for conflict and suffering. Metta works by dissolving this fundamental sense of opposition. When you learn to look at a difficult person, not as an adversary, but as another being who, just like you, wishes to be happy and wishes to be free from suffering, the entire dynamic shifts when you can see that their harmful actions likely spring from their own pain, their own confusion, their own delusion. The sharp, personal edge of your anger begins to soften. This does not mean you excuse their actions or that you become a doormat. It means you are no longer at war with them in your own heart. By replacing the lens of judgment with the lens of loving kindness, you find that acceptance is no longer a struggle. It becomes a natural consequence of a compassionate heart. You cannot be at war with something you are actively wishing well. This practice is about transforming a hard heart into a soft heart. And we must be clear, a soft heart is not a weak heart. In our culture, we often confuse hardness with strength. We see the rigid, unyielding person as powerful. But as we saw with the oak and the willow, rigidity is brittleness. A hard heart is easily shattered by the inevitable blows of life. It is defensive, fearful, and constantly working to protect its fragile shell. A soft heart, cultivated through the practice of metta, is the epitome of resilience. It is flexible, open, and porous. It has the capacity to feel life deeply, both its joys and its sorrows, without breaking. It can absorb pain and metabolize it into compassion. It has the courage to remain open in a world that so often tempts us to shut down. to armor ourselves, to close off from connection. Cultivating metta is therefore an act of supreme courage. It is the choice to meet the world not with a shield, but with an open hand, trusting in the boundless strength of a compassionate heart. The formal cultivation of metta is a beautiful and systematic meditation practice that unfolds in stages, like the gentle opening of a flower. You begin by finding a comfortable posture, allowing your body to be at ease. Then, you begin the practice at the most difficult and most essential starting point, yourself. We cannot offer water to others from an empty well. So, you silently repeat phrases of kindness directed at your own being. You can use traditional phrases or your own words. For example, may I be happy. May I be healthy and strong. May I be safe from inner and outer harm. May I live with ease. As you repeat the phrases, the point is not just to say the words, but to try and connect with the sincere intention behind them. Allow the feeling of warmth and friendliness to permeate your own body and mind. It may feel awkward at first, but with practice, it becomes a profound act of self-care. Once you have established a foundation of kindness for yourself, you expand the circle. Next, you bring to mind a dear friend, a mentor, or a benefactor, someone for whom you feel easy and uncomplicated love. You hold their image in your mind and extend the same wishes to them. May you be happy. May you be healthy and strong. May you be safe. May you live with ease. Let the feeling of loving kindness flow freely from your heart to theirs. After some time, you move to the third stage, a neutral person. This could be a cashier you see at the grocery store, a person you pass on the street, or a neighbor you don't know well. You extend the same wishes to this person. This stage is crucial, as it helps you to generalize the feeling of metta beyond your personal attachments and biases. It is the beginning of unconditional friendliness. The fourth stage is the most challenging. You bring to mind a difficult person, someone with whom you have conflict or tension. The aim here is not to force a feeling of sentimental love, which would be dishonest. The aim is simply to wish them well on a basic, human level. You can acknowledge their humanity and their own secret wish for happiness. Even a flicker of willingness to wish them well is a monumental success in this stage. Finally, you let go of individuals and allow the feeling of metta to radiate outwards in all directions. Like a light from your heart, you extend it to all beings in your city, your country, and throughout the entire world. To all beings seen and unseen, near and far, great and small, may all beings everywhere be happy and well. The seemingly gentle power of metta has a strength that can overcome the most ferocious forces. There is a famous story from the life of the Buddha that illustrates this. The Buddha's jealous cousin, Devadatta, conspired to assassinate him as his previous plots had failed. He devised a terrifying plan. He arranged for the royal elephant, a massive and powerful beast named Nalagiri, to be fed intoxicants until it was in a state of murderous rage. Then, as the Buddha was walking peacefully for alms down a narrow lane, the elephant was released. The ground shook as the enraged animal charged, trumpeting with fury, its eyes red with madness. The Buddha's followers panicked, screaming and begging him to run, but the Buddha remained perfectly still, his posture calm and serene. He did not prepare to fight. He did not run. He simply stood his ground and radiated an immense, powerful, and unwavering field of pure metta directly at the charging beast. The story says that as the elephant entered this field of loving kindness, Amirak Lokur, its intoxicated rage began to subside. Its charge slowed to a walk. The fury in its eyes was replaced by a look of calm. It approached the Buddha, lowered its massive head, and knelt before him as if in reverence. The Buddha reached out and stroked the elephant's forehead, speaking to it softly. The most fearsome, destructive force was completely subdued, not by a greater force, but by the supreme, unconquerable power of a soft and fearless heart. This practice of cultivating loving kindness, therefore, is not a mere pleasantry. It is the essential work of preparing the ground of our being. It is the softening agent that dissolves the hard shell of the ego, that melts the ice of judgment and fear, and that makes the soil of our heart fertile for wisdom and compassion to grow. It is the ultimate support for the practice of acceptance and non-resistance. Now, with this comprehensive set of inner tools, with the clear, non-judgmental seeing of mindfulness, with the liberating freedom of letting go, with the empowering wisdom of karma, and with the soft, resilient heart of metta, we are truly prepared. We are ready to take these principles out of the realm of theory and meditation and apply them directly to one of the most complex, challenging, and ultimately rewarding arenas of human life. We are ready to walk the path of wisdom and acceptance within our relationships with other people. We have now gathered a powerful set of tools for cultivating inner peace, the light of mindfulness, the freedom of letting go, the wisdom of karma, and the soft heart of metta. Now, we must take these tools from the quiet of our inner world and apply them to one of the most dynamic, complex, and often challenging arenas of human experience, our relationships. It is here, in our interactions with partners, children, parents, and friends, that our desire for control often plays out in its most powerful and painful forms. We care so deeply, the stakes feel so high, that our love can easily become entangled with our need for things to be a certain way. We become self-appointed sculptors, constantly trying to chip away at the parts of our loved ones we don't like, trying to mold them into our ideal image. We tell ourselves we are doing it for their own good. But if we are honest, it is often a way to soothe our own anxiety. We want to fix them, to improve them, to steer them onto the path we believe is best. This misguided form of love, this desire to control another for their own benefit, is the source of immeasurable conflict and heartache. It is the fundamental misunderstanding of what it means to truly love another person, to understand the difference between controlling love and wise love. Let us imagine a gardener and a prize rose bush. The gardener's greatest wish is to see the most beautiful, perfect rose bloom. The foolish gardener, driven by impatience and a rigid idea of what the rose should be, sees the tightly closed bud and decides to take matters into their own hands. They begin to pry at the delicate, folded petals, trying to force the bud to open, trying to arrange it into their image of a perfect flower. The result, inevitably, is a disaster. The petals are torn, bruised, and broken. The natural, unique beauty of that particular rose is destroyed forever by the very hands that profess to love it. The wise gardener, however, understands a deeper truth. They know that their role is not to control the rose, but to create the conditions for it to flourish on its own terms. The wise gardener provides rich, nourishing soil. They offer the right amount of water and sunlight. They gently protect the bush from pests and disease. And then, having done all they can, they step back. They watch with patient, loving attention, and they trust in the innate wisdom of the rose to unfold in its own time, in its own unique and unrepeatable way. Our relationships are these rose bushes, and our greatest task is to learn to become the wise gardener, not the foolish one. True love, the love that heals and liberates, is not the act of trying to make someone into a reflection of ourselves. It is the act of creating a safe and sacred space in which they feel free to become fully themselves. The ego's version of love says, "I love you, therefore you must change to fit my needs and expectations." It is a conditional contract. The heart's version of love, the love born of wisdom and metta, says, "I love you, therefore I will do my best to create a space where you can discover and become who you truly are." This kind of love celebrates the other person's sovereignty. It honors their unique path, even when it diverges from our own. It is a love that has room for their flaws, their inconsistencies, their moments of confusion, and their inevitable growth and change. Providing this space of non-judgmental acceptance is the greatest gift we can ever offer another human being. It is the fertile soil in which intimacy, trust, and genuine connection can finally take root and bloom. It is what allows two people to be allies in their individual journeys of becoming, rather than adversaries in a battle of wills. How do we create this sacred space in our day-to-day interactions? The two most powerful practices for this are deep listening and loving speech. They are the water and the sunlight of the wise gardener. Deep listening, or compassionate listening, is a practice that goes far beyond simply hearing words. It is the act of listening with only one purpose: to help the other person suffer less. This means you offer them your full, undivided presence. You are not thinking about your reply while they are speaking. You are not formulating your counter-argument. You are not interrupting with your own stories or advice. You simply listen. You listen to the words they are saying, and you listen to the feelings beneath the words. You listen with the openness of a clear sky, allowing their experience to arise without judgment. This kind of listening is a profound act of validation. It sends the message, "I see you, I hear you, your experience is real and it matters to me." It can diffuse conflict and create connection more powerfully than any clever argument. The natural companion to deep listening is loving speech. This is the art of communicating with truthfulness and with kindness. It is the practice of speaking from a place of metta rather than a place of anger, blame, or demand. Before you speak, especially in a difficult moment, you can practice a mindful pause and ask yourself 3 questions. Is what I am about to say true? Is it kind, and is it necessary? This simple filter can prevent countless wounds. Loving speech is not about suppressing your own feelings or needs. On the contrary, it is about learning to express them with clarity and honesty, but without making the other person the enemy. Instead of saying, "You never listen to me," which is an attack, you might say, "When I share something important and I don't feel heard, it makes me feel sad and disconnected." The first is a declaration of war. The second is a vulnerable, honest sharing of your experience, which invites connection rather than defense. Together, deep listening and loving speech are the embodiment of non-control in our relationships. They are the tools we use to tend the garden. Now, a crucial and delicate point must be made. Accepting a person for who they are does not mean you must passively accept behaviors that are harmful to you or to them. This is a common and dangerous misunderstanding. The wise gardener accepts the nature of the rose, but they still act to protect it from aphids or black spot. Similarly, you can love and accept a person's fundamental being while refusing to tolerate behavior that is destructive. The skillful response here is not to try and control the other person with threats, nagging, or ultimatums. The skillful response is to set clear, firm, and compassionate boundaries. A boundary is not a wall to punish the other person. It is a line you draw to protect your own well-being. A boundary is not about what they must do. It is about what you will do. For example, the controlling statement is, "You have to stop yelling at me." The boundary statement is, "I love you, and I am not willing to be in a conversation with you when you are yelling. If you start yelling, I will calmly leave the room." Do you feel the shift in power? The first is a futile attempt to control another's behavior. The second is a calm statement of your own self-respect and your own chosen action. It honors their autonomy to choose how they behave, and it honors your own non-negotiable right to be treated with dignity. In applying these profound principles to our relationships, we transform them from potential battlegrounds into sacred spaces for mutual growth and healing. We learn to let go of our rigid scripts and become the wise gardener, trusting in the unique, unfolding beauty of the people we love. We replace the clumsy, painful tools of control with the skillful, healing practices of deep listening, loving speech, and clear, compassionate boundaries. This journey of learning to navigate complex human dynamics, of balancing our love for others with our love for ourselves, is a core part of our practice. The lessons we learn in our most intimate relationships are directly applicable to all our social interactions. We now take this wisdom, this understanding of acceptance and skillful action from our homes and personal lives, and bring it into another environment that is often rife with the desire for control and the potential for conflict, our life at work. Having explored the path of acceptance in our most intimate relationships, we now turn our attention to another domain, where our desire for control is relentlessly tested: our work life. For many of us, our profession is not just a job. It is a significant part of our identity. It is a place where we invest our time, our energy, and our aspirations. And yet, the modern workplace is a perfect storm of uncontrollable variables. It is a dynamic ecosystem of shifting priorities from management, unpredictable moods and motivations of colleagues, sudden changes in the market, the disruptive arrival of new technologies, and projects that, despite our best efforts, can fail for a multitude of reasons. To enter this environment every day with the belief that we can and should maintain perfect control over all these elements is a direct and certain path to chronic stress, anxiety, and eventual burnout. Our professional life often becomes the primary stage upon which the grand illusion of control is most consistently and painfully shattered, leaving us feeling powerless and disillusioned. The wisdom we have been cultivating offers a powerful antidote. It is the application of the core principle we discovered earlier. Learn to distinguish between the fruit of your action and the quality of your action. At work, we become attached to the fruits. We stake our happiness and our sense of self-worth on outcomes. We do not fully control receiving the promotion, getting public praise for our idea, ensuring our project is a flawless success, winning the approval of our boss. The path of wisdom invites a radical and liberating shift in focus. It asks us to find our professional satisfaction and our deepest integrity not in the unpredictable results, but in the one thing we have complete command over: the quality of our own work, the integrity of our own process. This means pouring our attention into the diligence of our research, the clarity of our communication, the focus we bring to a task, the genuine support we offer a teammate, the honesty of our contributions. This is our true work. The promotion, the praise, the success, these are byproducts. Pleasant when they arrive, but they are the result of our efforts, combined with 100 other seen and unseen conditions. When your self-worth is tied to the quality of your input, you are always in control of your own peace of mind. Imagine a skilled and wise software programmer. Her goal is to create a useful, stable, and elegant piece of software. She knows, however, that the world of technology is inherently unpredictable. A server could crash due to a power outage hundreds of miles away. A third-party service her software relies on could suddenly change its code, breaking her application. A user might interact with the program in a completely bizarre and unforeseen way, revealing a hidden bug. The project's budget could be cut by a management decision far above her. If her professional happiness and identity were staked on her software being completely bug-free and running perfectly forever, she would be in a constant state of anxiety and despair. Instead, the wise programmer finds her satisfaction elsewhere. She finds it in the things she can control. She takes pride in writing clean, efficient, and well-documented code. She finds fulfillment in thinking through complex problems with clarity. She diligently creates tests to catch errors before they reach the user. She builds robust backup systems. She communicates with her team with honesty and respect. Her identity is not, "I am a person whose code never fails." Her identity is, "I am a person who writes beautiful code and skillfully responds to challenges when they arise." When a bug report comes in, she does not see it as a personal failure or a threat. She sees it as new information, a new puzzle to solve, an opportunity to make her creation even better. She has placed her sense of worth in her process, And in doing so, she has become unshakable. This mindset completely transforms our relationship with two of the greatest fears in professional life: failure and criticism. In a culture obsessed with outcomes, the failure of a project is often seen as a final verdict on our competence. It can feel like a public branding of inadequacy. Resistance to this leads to a toxic cycle of blaming others, making excuses, or hiding information. The path of acceptance, however, allows us to reframe failure entirely. Instead of a verdict, we can learn to see a failed project as a massive and invaluable dataset. To accept a failure is to have the courage to say, "Okay, this did not work. Now, let's learn why." It liberates the energy that would have been wasted on blame and shame, and redirects it toward objective analysis. What did we learn about our process, about our team's communication, about our initial assumptions? Failure, when met with acceptance, becomes one of our most powerful teachers. Similarly, criticism, especially from a boss or colleague, can feel like a direct attack on our ego. The instinct is to become defensive, but with practice, we can learn to meet criticism with a calm, accepting mind. We can listen, not as a victim, but as a researcher. We can ask ourselves, setting aside the tone or the way this was delivered, is there a nugget of truth here? Is there a piece of data I can use to improve? This transforms criticism from a weapon that wounds us into a tool that can sharpen us. This wisdom is also the key to navigating the pervasive anxiety of career uncertainty. The old idea of a stable, linear career path, a predictable ladder to climb, is becoming increasingly rare. The world changes too quickly. Trying to map out the next 20 years of your career is an exercise in trying to control the uncontrollable. This leads to anxiety when reality, inevitably, fails to match our long-term plan. The path of acceptance here means letting go of the need for a fixed, predictable future. Instead, we focus on what we can control right now, our own capacity for growth and adaptation. This means shifting our focus from chasing a specific job title to building a portfolio of valuable, transferable skills. It means cultivating a network of genuine professional relationships based on mutual support, not just transactional gain. It means consciously developing a growth mindset, where challenges are embraced as opportunities to learn, rather than threats to be avoided. Our true career security comes not from the perceived stability of our current job, but from the inner confidence in our own ability to learn, adapt, and contribute value in a world that is constantly in flux. We become less like a train fixed to a single track and more like a skilled off-road driver, confident in our ability to handle whatever terrain lies ahead. By applying these principles of acceptance at work, we perform a kind of inner alchemy. We trade the high-stress, low-return investment of trying to control outcomes for the deep, quiet satisfaction of professional integrity. We learn to see our colleagues not as competitors or obstacles, but as fellow human beings, each with their own challenges. We transform our workplace from a daily source of anxiety into a rich and fertile field for our practice. This journey of applying wisdom to the external domains of our lives, to our relationships with friends and family, and to our engagement with our work, has been essential. It has taught us how to be in the world with more grace and less struggle. But all of these external challenges are profoundly colored and influenced by the state of our most immediate, most intimate, and most inescapable environment, the final and perhaps most personal arena for practicing acceptance is our relationship with our own physical bodies. With their unavoidable cycles of health and illness, strength and fragility, and the great, undeniable arc of aging, we have journeyed through the external landscapes of our lives, learning to apply the wisdom of acceptance to our relationships and our work. Now, the path calls us to turn our attention inward, to the most intimate and inescapable territory we will ever know, our own physical bodies. If you ever need a direct, undeniable, and constant teacher of the law of impermanence, of anicca, you need look no further than your own skin, your own breath, your own beating heart. Your body is never the same from one moment to the next. It is a ceaseless, flowing river of processes, cells being born and dying, food being transformed into energy, air being drawn in and released. It is a living testament to change. The body you inhabit today is different from the one you had a year ago, and it will be different again a year from now. It carries you from the complete dependency of infancy, through the vitality of youth, the shifting plateau of adulthood, and into the undeniable transformations of old age. Our culture, however, teaches us to relate to this magnificent, ever-changing process not with wonder and gratitude, but with fear and control. We are taught to see our bodies as a project to be perfected, managed, and maintained, a fortress to be defended at all costs against the natural, inevitable tides of aging and illness. This mindset launches us into a lifelong, unwinnable war against our own biology. It is a war waged on countless fronts. We fight the appearance of a wrinkle with expensive creams. We battle gray hair with chemicals. We struggle against the shifting shape of our bodies with punishing diets and exercise regimes. We view illness not as a natural, albeit unwelcome, part of life, but as a personal failure, a sign that we have lost control. This war is fueled by a deep-seated fear of our own fragility and mortality. But like all wars waged against reality, it is a source of profound and unnecessary suffering. The more we fight the signs of aging, the more we live in fear of the next birthday, the next line on our face. The more we resist the possibility of illness, the more terrifying it becomes when it finally arrives. Acceptance of the body is not a call to neglect. It is not about giving up on health or letting yourself go. It is a radical and compassionate shift in motivation. You can continue to eat well, to exercise, to seek medical care when needed, but you begin to do these things not from a place of fear and hatred for the body you don't want, but from a place of gratitude and loving kindness for the body you have. It is the difference between maintaining a machine you resent and tending to a beloved garden that you feel privileged to care for. It is a shift from a battleground to a partnership. The practical tool for cultivating this partnership is mindfulness of the body. We learn to inhabit our bodies with a gentle, non-judgmental awareness, rather than seeing them as an object to be judged in the mirror. We can start with physical pain or discomfort. The normal reaction to pain is resistance. a mental clenching against the sensation, which creates a secondary layer of suffering. With mindfulness, we can investigate the pain with curiosity. Instead of relating to it as a solid, monstrous thing, we can observe its actual qualities. Is it hot or cold? Is it throbbing or sharp or dull? Is it constant or does it change? By observing the raw sensations without the story of my terrible pain, we can learn to be with the discomfort without being consumed by it. We can apply this same gentle awareness to the process of aging. Instead of seeing a new wrinkle as a sign of decay, can we learn to see it as a map of our lived experience? A line of laughter or concentration. Instead of seeing gray hair as a loss of youth, can we see it as a crown of wisdom? A mark of having lived through many seasons. This is not about pretending we like these changes, but about choosing a kinder, more expansive, and less painful interpretation of the facts. A simple body scan meditation, where we bring our attention to each part of the body in turn, simply noticing whatever sensations are present without needing to change them, can be a powerful way to build this friendly, intimate relationship with our physical selves. There is a beautiful Japanese art form called kintsugi, which means to join with gold. When a cherished piece of pottery, like a bowl or a vase, is broken, it is not thrown away. This would be seen as a waste of its history. Instead, the pieces are meticulously gathered and painstakingly glued back together using a special lacquer mixed with powdered gold, silver, or platinum. The philosophy behind this art is that the breakage and repair are not something to be hidden or ashamed of. They are an integral part of the object's history, a testament to its journey. The cracks are not disguised. They are illuminated. They are highlighted with precious metal, becoming the most beautiful and compelling feature of the piece. An object repaired with kintsugi is often considered more beautiful, more valuable, and more unique than it was before it was broken. Our bodies are like this pottery. They get chipped, cracked, and sometimes shattered by life. We have scars from accidents, marks from illnesses, lines from aging. The path of resistance is to try and hide these cracks, to be ashamed of them, to pretend we are still a flawless, unbroken vessel. The path of acceptance is the path of kintsugi. It is to treat our own breaks and repairs with a golden lacquer of self-love and compassion. It is to understand that these flaws are the map of our resilience, the story of our survival. They do not make us less beautiful. They make our beauty unique, profound, and real. Underlying our war with the body is a deep, often unconscious, belief that our value as a human being is tied to our physical form. We believe our worth depends on our youth, our beauty, our strength, our health. And because we know, on some level, that all of these things are fleeting, we live in a state of existential dread. We are clinging to a depreciating asset. The wisdom of acceptance invites us to a profound re-evaluation of our own worth. You are not your body. The body is a precious and temporary vehicle, an instrument you have been loaned for the journey of this life. Your true, enduring, and essential value lies not in the vessel, but in the qualities of heart and mind you cultivate within it. your wisdom, your compassion, your capacity for love, your courage, your equanimity, your inner peace. These are the things that define your true worth. And unlike the physical body, these qualities do not necessarily diminish with age. In fact, they often have the potential to deepen, to grow richer and more luminous as the years pass. One of the great spiritual gifts of aging is that as the distractions of the superficial ego begin to fall away, we are given the opportunity to discover and rest in this deeper, more stable, and far more satisfying source of value. To make peace with our own body is therefore the ultimate practice of embracing anicca. It is to trade the exhausting, losing battle against our own biology for a gentle, loving, and cooperative partnership. It is learning to practice kintsugi on ourselves, finding the profound beauty in our own golden repairs. It is the liberating discovery that our true worth lies not in the fleeting perfection of the vessel, but in the timeless quality of the spirit within. This deep acceptance of our own physical impermanence, of our fragility, of our eventual mortality, is perhaps the most courageous act of letting go. It is a practice that prepares us to face the ultimate truth of our existence. And in doing so, it gives us the strength and the serenity to face the great, underlying fear that fuels so much of our need for control in all other aspects of our lives. When we can begin to make peace with the changing nature of our own form, we gain the courage to look directly into the heart of all uncertainty and to find a deep and abiding peace that is not dependent on anything, anywhere, staying the same. We have journeyed inward, learning to make peace with the uncontrollable nature of our relationships, our work, and even our own aging bodies. In each of these realms, we have found that our suffering arises not from the situations themselves, but from our desperate attempts to control them. Now, we arrive at the very source of this desperation, the great, primal fear that underlies all our other struggles for control. We arrive at the edge of the vast, unknowable ocean of the future. The human mind is a meaning-making machine, and it finds profound discomfort in the unknown. Anxiety, in its purest form, is the experience of this discomfort. It is the mind's rebellion against the fundamental uncertainty of life. It is the engine that drives us to try and colonize the future, to map it out, to script it, to build safeguards against every possible contingency. We spend countless hours of our lives in a state of mental rehearsal, playing out endless what-if scenarios, trying to anticipate and solve problems that have not yet and may never occur. We believe this obsessive planning gives us a semblance of control, but in reality, it is the very activity that generates the feeling of anxiety. We are living in a hypothetical future of our own creation, a land of shadows and fears, and in doing so, we miss the vitality and reality of the only moment we ever truly have, the present. The illusion is that if we can just create the perfect plan, if we can just anticipate every risk, we will finally feel safe. But this is a profound misunderstanding of the nature of life. While practical, everyday planning is a useful skill. The anxious over-planning that arises from a fear of uncertainty is a cage, Life's most precious and transformative moments are almost always unplanned. You cannot schedule the moment you fall in love. You cannot put in your calendar the day you will discover a new passion. You cannot plan for a moment of unexpected grace or a sudden insight that changes your perspective forever. These gifts arrive from the unknown by trying to nail down the future, by insisting that life adheres to our limited blueprint. We close ourselves off to the boundless field of possibility. We suffocate the magic of spontaneity. We live in the small, cramped room of our own imagination, while the vast, magnificent, and unpredictable landscape of reality waits for us just outside the door. Imagine a tightrope walker, poised to cross a great chasm. The wire is thin. The drop is immense. The crowd below holds its breath. The walker's life depends on perfect balance. Where must they place their attention to succeed? If they focus on the platform far in the distance, obsessing about the destination, they will lose their connection to the present and falter. If they look down into the terrifying abyss, consumed by the fear of falling, their anxiety will cause them to tremble and lose their footing. The secret of the tightrope walker, the magic that allows them to dance on a thread, is their absolute, unwavering concentration on the present moment. Their entire world is the feeling of the rope beneath their foot, the subtle adjustments in their own center of gravity, the precise and deliberate placement of their very next step. Their security is not found in the guarantee of reaching the other side. Their security is found in the supreme quality of their present moment awareness. We are all walking this tightrope. Our lives are the wire stretched over the great unknown. Our peace, our balance, our grace comes not from staring anxiously at the future, nor from being paralyzed by our fear of failure, but from bringing our full and loving attention to the single step we are taking, right here, right now. This requires a fundamental redefinition of security. Our culture teaches us that security is external. It is a stable job, a predictable income, a solid investment portfolio, a relationship that never changes. We are taught to believe that security means knowing what will happen. And because the future is inherently unknowable, we live in a state of chronic insecurity. The path of wisdom invites us to discover a different kind of security, a security that is not external, but internal. True security is not the absence of uncertainty in your life. It is the presence of resilience in your heart. It is the unwavering trust in your own capacity to meet whatever life brings with courage, wisdom, and an open heart. It is the faith you have, not in the stability of outer circumstances, but in the strength of your inner resources. It is trusting the skill of the tightrope walker, not the absence of the chasm below. This inner security is the only kind that can never be taken from you. Jobs can be lost. Economies can collapse. Relationships can end. But the confidence in your own ability to breathe, to learn, to love, and to grow can become your unshakable foundation. How, then, do we cultivate this inner security and learn to befriend uncertainty? We do it by repeatedly and gently bringing ourselves back to the present moment. When you feel the mind spinning out into its anxious, what if scenarios, you can practice anchoring yourself in the reality of right now. Feel the solid ground beneath your feet. Feel the weight of your body in your chair. Notice the physical sensation of the air entering your nostrils and filling your lungs. Listen to the simple, ordinary sounds in the room around you. This conscious returning to the senses is a powerful antidote to the unreality of anxious thought. You can also practice naming the stories your mind tells. When the familiar anxiety about money arises, you can gently say to yourself, here is the worrying about money story. When the fear of failure appears, you can note, this is the I'm going to fail story. By labeling it a story, you create a crucial space. You see it as a mental event, a conditioned pattern of thought, not as an objective truth or a command from the universe. And finally, you can consciously cultivate trust in the process of life. You can look back on your own life and remember all the challenges you have already faced, all the difficulties you have already overcome. You have survived 100% of your worst days so far. You have inner resources of strength and resilience that you often forget you possess. By remembering this, you build a quiet, steady confidence that you can handle whatever comes next. To embrace uncertainty is the ultimate act of letting go of the illusion of control. It is a profound shift from fearing the unknown to befriending it, from seeing the future as a threat to be managed, to seeing it as an open space of possibility. It is the deep, embodied understanding that life's beauty, its creativity, and its sacredness are inseparable from its unpredictability. You cannot have one without the other. As we practice standing firm on the tightrope of the present moment, as we develop the courage to face the great mystery of what is to come, we are inevitably forced to deal directly with the raw feelings that this uncertainty provokes within us. We must learn to face the sensations of fear, the vibrations of anxiety, the currents of excitement, not as problems to be fixed or enemies to be vanquished, but as intimate messengers from our own inner world. This leads us directly to the next stage of our journey, the courageous and deeply healing practice of sitting with our difficult emotions, learning to welcome them all as honored guests in the house of our being. This is the profound path of radical acceptance. We have journeyed to the edge of the great unknown, learning to embrace the fundamental uncertainty of our lives. We have resolved to become like the tightrope walker, finding our balance in the present moment rather than being paralyzed by fear of the future. But this very act of standing bravely in the face of uncertainty forces us to confront what lies within us. It forces us to feel. When we stop our frantic running, planning, and controlling, we are met with the raw, unfiltered energy of our own emotions, our fear, our sadness, or anger, our grief, or jealousy. For most of our lives, we develop two primary strategies for dealing with these difficult visitors. The first is suppression. We tell ourselves we are being strong. We push the feeling down. We ignore it. We distract ourselves with work or entertainment. We rationalize it away. But suppressed energy does not vanish. It is like holding a beach ball underwater. It takes immense, constant effort, and that energy eventually erupts, often sideways, as unexplained anxiety, depression, physical illness, or sudden, disproportionate outbursts of anger. Our second strategy is the opposite unrestrained indulgence. We become completely identified with the emotion. We don't just feel anger. We are anger. We don't just feel sadness. We are sadness. We allow the emotion to hijack our consciousness, to dictate our words and actions, often causing great harm to ourselves and others. Both of these strategies, suppression and indulgence, are forms of non-acceptance. They are born from the same fundamental belief that this difficult feeling is a problem that must be eliminated. There is a third way, a path that is not about fighting or being consumed. It is the path of radical acceptance, the courageous practice of sitting with it. This path suggests that instead of treating a difficult emotion like an enemy to be vanquished or a king to be obeyed, we can learn to treat it like a temporary, energetic weather pattern passing through the vast, open sky of our awareness. It is the practice of giving the emotion permission to exist without needing to fix it, to change it, or to act on it. It is a profound act of trust, a willingness to believe that we are spacious enough, that our awareness is strong enough to hold even the most intense storms without being destroyed by them. This is not a passive resignation. It is an act of supreme emotional courage. It is the choice to stay present, to stay open, and to stay kind to ourselves, even when, and especially when, we are in pain. How do we actually do this in the heat of the moment? The practice is simple in its form, though it requires patience and gentleness. When a strong, difficult emotion arises, the first step is to pause instead of immediately reacting as you normally would. Give yourself the gift of a momentary stillness. If possible, find a quiet place where you can sit for a few minutes without being disturbed. The second step is to consciously shift your attention from the story in your head to the physical sensations in your body. The mind will be telling a powerful, compelling story about why you are angry or afraid. Acknowledge the story, but then gently guide your awareness downwards into your torso, your throat, your stomach. Where do you physically feel this emotion? Is it a tightness in your chest, a burning heat in your face, a hollow ache in your belly, a lump in your throat? Get curious. Observe these sensations as if you were a kind scientist. Are they sharp or dull? Are they vibrating, pulsing, or heavy? By focusing on the raw, physical energy, you begin to separate yourself from the narrative. The emotion starts to lose its conceptual power and becomes simply a set of interesting, albeit uncomfortable, sensations. The next step is to gently name what you are feeling, not in a way that creates identification, like saying, "I am angry." Instead, you can acknowledge it softly, as if noting a visitor. This is anger, or sadness is present, or there is a feeling of fear here. This simple act of naming creates a space of recognition without judgment. It acknowledges the reality of the emotion without you having to become it. Finally, and most importantly, you breathe with the sensations. This is key. You are not trying to use your breath to push the feeling away or to breathe it out of you. Instead, you imagine your breath flowing into and around the area of physical tightness or discomfort. Imagine your breath creating space around the sensation, holding it in a gentle, compassionate braccio. You are offering the emotion your calm, steady presence. You are being a friend to your own pain. You are keeping it company as it moves through you. The great Sufi poet Rumi wrote a beautiful poem called The Guest House, which perfectly captures the spirit of this practice. He invites us to imagine our being as a guest house. Every day, a new arrival, a joy, a depression, a meanness. Some momentary awareness comes as an unexpected visitor. His radical advice is to welcome and entertain them all, even if they are a crowd of sorrows, who violently sweep your house empty of its furniture. Still, treat each guest honorably. He suggests that we meet even the darkest thoughts, the shame, the malice, at the door laughing, and invite them in. The profound insight behind this is that each of these emotional guests has been sent for a reason. Rumi concludes, be grateful for whoever comes, because each has been sent as a guide from beyond. Every emotion, no matter how difficult, carries a message. Fear points to something we cherish and feel is under threat. Anger points to a boundary that has been crossed or an injustice we perceive. Sadness points to a loss or a deep caring. If we constantly shoot the messenger, if we push them away or let them burn down the house, we never receive the precious message they carry for our own healing and growth. When we have the courage to sit with our emotions in this way, we make a profound discovery for ourselves. We realize, in our bones, that emotions are impermanent. They are anicca. They are like the weather. No storm lasts forever. An emotion arises. It gathers intensity. It peaks. And if we can just stay present without adding more fuel to it with our stories and our resistance, it will naturally, on its own, begin to dissipate and pass away. This direct, embodied experience is incredibly liberating. It breaks the deep-seated fear we have of our own feelings. We learn that we can survive them. We learn that we are bigger than our biggest emotions. We realize, through direct experience, that we are the sky, not the storm. This builds the genuine inner resilience and security we have been seeking. We are no longer afraid of our own inner weather, because we have learned how to be the calm, spacious, and welcoming sky for it all. This radical acceptance of our own inner life is the ultimate act of self-compassion. It is the practice of bringing the unconditional friendliness of metta to the most wounded and frightened parts of our own hearts. As we become more skilled at holding our own personal pain with this kind of loving awareness, a natural transformation occurs. Our hearts begin to soften and expand. Our capacity for compassion grows, not just for our own struggles, but for the struggles of everyone around us. We begin to see our own pain reflected in the eyes of others, and their pain reflected in our own. This expansion of the heart, this natural movement from the personal to the universal, prepares us for the next great stage of our practice. It gives us the strength and the spaciousness to learn how to hold the immense pain of the world, its injustices, its sorrows, and its suffering, without being completely overwhelmed or shutting down. This is the path of compassionate and engaged action in the world, As we cultivate the courageous habit of sitting with our own difficult emotions, as we learn to meet our personal pain with the spaciousness of acceptance and the warmth of metta, a natural and beautiful transformation begins to occur. Our heart, no longer preoccupied with its own small dramas, begins to open. The walls of self-concern, which once seemed so solid, become porous and thin. And through this newly opened heart, the world rushes in. For the first time, perhaps, we begin to truly feel the immense joy and the immense sorrow of the world as our own. We read the news of war, of famine, of social injustice, of environmental destruction, and it is no longer an abstract headline. We feel a tremor in our own being. We see the suffering of another person, and we recognize its texture as something intimately familiar. This opening of the heart is a sign of profound spiritual progress, but it brings with it a great challenge. The sheer scale of the world's pain can be utterly overwhelming. It can feel like a tsunami of suffering that threatens to drown us. In the face of such vastness, it is easy to feel helpless, hopeless, and to fall into a state of despair or compassion fatigue. The temptation is to shut down again, to rebuild the walls, to retreat into the relative safety of our own small world, because the pain is simply too much to bear. This is a critical juncture on the path. Here, we must apply the wisdom of acceptance on its grandest scale, yet acceptance, in this context, is not apathy. It is not condoning injustice or becoming indifferent to suffering. It is the brave and sober acceptance of a fundamental truth. The world contains an immense amount of suffering, and you, as a single individual, cannot fix all of it. To resist this truth, to believe that you personally should be able to solve the world's great problems, is a subtle and painful form of egoic inflation. It is a recipe for burnout, resentment, and despair. It is yet another form of arguing with reality. The first step towards sane and sustainable compassionate action is to accept the reality of the situation. In all its tragic and overwhelming complexity, we must accept our own limitations, not as a sign of failure, but as a simple fact. This acceptance is not a declaration of defeat. It is the necessary foundation for finding our own skillful and effective place within the great web of life. To navigate this difficult terrain, we need to cultivate two qualities that, like the two wings of a great bird, work together to allow for graceful and sustained flight. These two wings are known in the Buddhist tradition as karuna and upekkha. The first wing is karuna, which is often translated as compassion. Karuna is the trembling of the heart in the face of suffering. It is the deep, visceral feeling of connection to the pain of another, and the sincere, powerful wish for that suffering to come to an end. It is the engine of our altruism, the motivation that says, "I must do something to help." Karuna is what connects us to the world and prevents our practice from becoming a self-absorbed retreat. It is the wing that provides the power for flight, but a bird cannot fly with only one wing. If we have only karuna, we will quickly become overwhelmed by the suffering we perceive. We will burn out, crash, and be unable to help anyone. We need the second wing for balance, for stability, and for wisdom. This second wing is upekkha, or equanimity. Upekkha is a spacious, balanced, and non-reactive state of mind. It is the deep, embodied understanding that while we can offer our help, we cannot control the final outcome. It is the wisdom that recognizes that all beings are the owners of their own karma, that their lives are shaped by a vast network of causes and conditions far beyond our influence. Upekkha is not cold indifference. It is a warm and spacious serenity. It is what allows a doctor to perform surgery with a steady hand, full of compassion for her patient, but not overwhelmed by anxiety about the result. Equanimity is what allows us to act with a full heart, while simultaneously letting go of our attachment to the fruits of our action. Karuna without upekkha leads to burnout. Upekkha without karuna can lead to a sterile detachment. Together, these two wings allow us to fly freely and gracefully through the world, deeply engaged and compassionate, yet balanced, resilient, and at peace. There is a simple, beautiful story that perfectly illustrates this principle of wise compassion in action. An old man was walking along a vast beach after a great storm. The tide had receded, leaving thousands upon thousands of starfish stranded on the sand, drying out under the hot sun. The scale of the death was immense. As the old man walked, he would periodically bend down, pick up a single starfish, and gently throw it back into the life-giving waters of the ocean. A cynical young man saw him doing this and approached him. He laughed and said, "Old man, what are you doing? Look around you. There are thousands of miles of beach and hundreds of thousands of starfish. You can't possibly make a difference." The old man listened patiently to the young man's logical and correct assessment. He then bent down once more, picked up another starfish, its small legs writhing feebly, and threw it far out into the waves. He turned to the young man, a gentle smile on his face, and said quietly, "It made a difference to that one." This is the wisdom of compassionate action. We are not asked to save every starfish on the beach. We are not asked to solve the totality of the world's suffering. We are simply asked to help the one starfish that is right in front of us. This is the practice of finding your circle of influence. We must stop being paralyzed by what we cannot do and start acting with joyful diligence within the sphere of what we can do. For one person, their starfish might be volunteering at a local food bank. For another, it might be dedicating their life to raising their children with kindness, awareness, and integrity. For another, it might be bringing a greater sense of ethics and compassion to their workplace. For someone else, it might be creating art that inspires and uplifts the human spirit, or simply offering the profound gift of deep listening to a friend who is in pain. The scale of the action does not matter. What matters is the quality of the intention behind it. When we act from a place of karuna and upekkha, we do our part, however small it may seem, with a full and open heart, and we let that be enough. We find our peace not in changing the entire world, but in making a difference to the one starfish we can reach. As we learn to walk this path of engaged compassion, a path that balances a tender, open heart with a wise, equanimous mind, we discover a new kind of peace, It is not a peace that depends on the world being free from suffering. It is not a peace that comes from blissful ignorance or a self-protective withdrawal. It is a deep, resilient, and unshakable joy that has learned to coexist with sorrow. It is the joy of the old man on the beach, a joy that comes from purposeful, loving action. Independent of the grand outcome, we begin to understand that joy is not the opposite of pain, but the vast underlying current that can hold the pain. This realization that even amidst the undeniable suffering of the world, there is a simple, profound, and ever-present source of well-being leads us to our next discovery. It is the joy that is not contingent on doing or achieving, but is found in the simple, miraculous, and often overlooked act of just being. We have walked a long and sometimes difficult path together. We have faced the illusion of control, the truth of impermanence, the myth of the solid self. We have learned to sit with our personal pain and to open our hearts to the pain of the world. It might seem that this journey into the heart of reality, with all its sorrows and uncertainties, would lead to a state of sober resignation. And yet, something remarkable, something unexpected, begins to happen when we truly commit to this path. As we stop fighting, as we cease our endless, exhausting war with what is, a quiet space opens up in our lives, and into that space, something new begins to emerge. It is a feeling that we may not have felt for a very long time. It is a simple, uncaused, and deeply nourishing joy. This is not the loud, boisterous happiness that comes from getting something you want, like a promotion or a new possession. That kind of happiness is wonderful, but it is conditional. It is dependent on external events. And as we know, all events are impermanent. The joy we are speaking of here is different. It is an unconditional joy. It is the joy that is inherent in the very fabric of existence, a joy that was always present but was simply obscured by the thick clouds of our striving, our resisting, and our constant mental chatter. It is the natural state of a mind that is finally at peace. This joy is discovered not in achieving extraordinary things, but in paying extraordinary attention to ordinary things. Our lives are filled with a quiet, continuous stream of small miracles, but our minds, perpetually busy with the past and the future, are usually closed for business. The practice of finding this joy is simply the practice of opening up, of becoming available to the richness that is already here. It is the simple act of drinking a cup of tea. Can you feel its warmth in your hands? Can you see the steam rising in the morning light? Can you inhale its fragrant aroma before you take the first sip? And when you do, can you allow the taste and the warmth to be the only things that exist in your universe? Just for a moment, it is the feeling of the sun on your skin. We feel it 1,000 times and think nothing of it. But can you pause, just for a breath, and truly receive that warmth, feeling it as a direct gift from a star 93 million miles away? Can you feel it spreading through you? A sensation of pure, uncomplicated goodness. It is the sound of birdsong outside your window, the intricate pattern on a fallen leaf, the feeling of cool water on your hands, the shared smile with a stranger. Our lives are not lacking in beauty, or sources of joy. They are only lacking in our attention. There is a classic Zen story that speaks to this truth. A young, earnest student came to a great Zen master whose peacefulness was legendary. The student asked him, "Master, what is your secret? What is the esoteric practice you do to maintain such profound enlightenment?" The master smiled and replied very simply, "When I am hungry, I eat. When I am tired, I sleep." The student was confused and a little irritated. "But master," he protested, "isn't that what everyone does? How is that special?" The old master's smile widened. "No," he said, "it is not what everyone does. Most people, when they eat, their minds are in 100 other places. They are thinking about the argument they had this morning. They are planning their afternoon meeting. They are worrying about their finances. They are not really eating. They are consuming their thoughts. Most people, when they lie down to sleep, their minds are a whirlwind of anxieties and desires. They are dreaming before they are even asleep. They are not really sleeping. But when I eat, I just eat. When I sleep, I just sleep. In doing one thing completely, there is everything." The master's secret was not in doing great things, but in doing small things with great presence. In that total union with the present activity, a simple, profound joy naturally arises. It is important to understand that this joy is not necessarily the same as excitement. Our culture often equates happiness with high-energy states, euphoria, exhilaration, thrill. These are the crests of the waves, and they are beautiful and enjoyable parts of life. But they are, by their nature, temporary. No one can live at the peak of a wave forever. The joy we are cultivating here is quieter, deeper, and more stable. It is the joy of the vast, calm ocean beneath the waves. It is a feeling of quiet contentment. It is the subtle, pervasive feeling that, in this very moment, nothing is fundamentally wrong. It is the end of the search, the end of the feeling that happiness is somewhere else, in some future moment when all your problems are solved. It is the simple, radical, and deeply peaceful realization that it is okay to be right here, just as you are, in your life, just as it is. It is the feeling of finally being at home in your own skin. We can actively cultivate our capacity for this kind of joy through a practice known as savoring. Savoring is a form of mindfulness applied to pleasant experiences. It is a way to counteract our brain's natural negativity bias, its tendency to scan for threats and problems. By consciously taking in the good, the practice is simple. First, you just have to notice the small, pleasant moments that pepper your day. The taste of your morning coffee, a beautiful song on the radio, a moment of silence, the comfort of your chair, a kind word from a colleague. Our minds usually register these for a split second and then move on to the next problem to be solved. The practice of savoring is to stay with that pleasant experience for just a few extra breaths. Instead of gulping down the coffee while scrolling through your phone, you take a sip and consciously allow the pleasant taste and warmth to be the focus of your attention. You let the feeling of goodness land and be received. you absorb it into your being. This simple, repeated practice doesn't change the events of your life, but it changes your experience of them. It gradually shifts your default setting from one of scanning for what's wrong to one of appreciating what's right. The discovery of this simple, uncaused joy, this contentment that is available in the fabric of the ordinary moment, is one of the most profound fruits of the path. It is not something we have to create, acquire, or earn. It is our birthright. It is the natural radiance of a mind that has come to rest, a heart that has ceased its struggles. This joy has been waiting for us all along, hidden in plain sight, obscured by the clouds of our own making, and as we begin to experience it, even in fleeting moments, it naturally leads us to question everything we thought we knew about the pursuit of happiness. For our entire lives, we have been conditioned to believe that happiness is a prize to be won, a destination to be reached, something that is out there, contingent on our achievements, our relationships, our circumstances. But if a deep and authentic sense of well-being can be found right here, right now, simply by being fully present, what does that mean for our lifelong chase? This insight is the gateway to the culmination of our journey together. A radical and liberating redefinition of happiness itself. We have journeyed together to the quiet, gentle place of simply being, and have discovered a profound, uncaused joy that arises when we cease our inner struggle. This discovery is the final key that unlocks the door to a completely new understanding of happiness. For most of our lives, we have been operating under a deeply ingrained and fundamentally flawed formula. This formula, whispered to us by our culture and reinforced by our own desires, is this: happiness equals getting what you want, plus avoiding what you don't want. This simple equation has been the driving force behind our entire project of control. To make this formula work, you must be able to manage reality, to successfully acquire the pleasant experiences, possessions, and relationships, and to successfully repel the unpleasant ones. You must be able to control outcomes. But as we have seen with the absolute certainty of the law of Anicca, nothing is permanent. Every pleasant experience fades. Every possession decays. Every situation changes. A life built on this formula is a life of frantic, endless chasing. It is the life of a hungry ghost, never satisfied, because each pleasure, once attained, immediately begins to dissolve, sending us off in search of the next one. It is a blueprint for exhaustion and inevitable disappointment. The wisdom of the path offers a radically different definition. In the Buddhist tradition, true happiness is called sukha. This is not the fleeting, conditional pleasure of getting what we want, which is more akin to a temporary excitement. Sukha is better translated as a deep and abiding well-being, a state of genuine flourishing, a profound contentment that is not dependent on external circumstances. It is not an emotional high. It is the end of an inner war. Imagine a soldier who has been fighting a brutal, exhausting battle for years. His happiness is not found in winning one more skirmish. His true, deep peace comes on the day the war is finally declared over. Sukha is this peace. It is the peace that arises from the cessation of our inner war, the war of craving for what we don't have, the war of aversion to what we do have, and the war of delusion that believes we can control it all. It is the natural state of a mind that has come to rest, a mind that is no longer fighting with itself or with the flow of life. To understand how we access this state, let us use our most powerful metaphor yet. Imagine that your true nature, your inherent capacity for deep well-being and peace, is the sun. The sun is always there, in the center of our solar system. It is vast, luminous, and ceaselessly radiant. Its nature is to shine. It does not need to try to be warm or bright. It simply is. On a clear day, we feel its full warmth and see its brilliant light. But then, there are cloudy days. The sky becomes overcast, gray, and gloomy. From our perspective on the ground, it seems as if the sun has gone away, as if the world has become a dark and joyless place. But we know, with absolute scientific certainty, that the sun has not gone anywhere. It is still shining with all its magnificent power. It is merely obscured by the temporary, passing clouds. In this metaphor, our clinging, our resistance, our anxieties, our resentments, our expectations, our endless mental chatter, these are the clouds. They are weather patterns of the mind. They are real. We can see them and feel their effects, but they are not the fundamental reality. They are transient phenomena that drift through the vast, open sky of our awareness and temporarily obscure the ever-present sun. The entire spiritual path can be understood in this way. Our work is not to create the sun. That would be impossible. Our work is to learn to recognize the clouds as clouds. It is the practice of no longer identifying with our thoughts and emotions, of seeing them for the impermanent weather they are. Our job is not to manufacture happiness, but to simply cease the mental activities that obscure the profound well-being. That is our birthright. This insight transforms our entire orientation to life, from one of chasing to one of allowing. Chasing is an active, tense, and effortful posture. It presupposes that happiness is not here, but is somewhere else, out there, in a future achievement, a different relationship, or a better circumstance. It is a state of perpetual dissatisfaction with the present. Allowing, on the other hand, is a receptive, open, and relaxed posture. It is born from the radical trust that happiness is already here, woven into the fabric of our being, and that it simply needs the space to be noticed. It is the difference between frantically hunting for a rare butterfly with a net, crashing through the undergrowth and scaring it away, and the wisdom of sitting still and quietly in a garden, creating such a peaceful and welcoming space that the butterfly comes of its own accord and gently lands on your shoulder. The more you chase happiness, the more it eludes you. The more you cultivate a state of present moment acceptance, the more you discover it has been with you all along. This redefinition of happiness is also more resilient and realistic. It does not demand a life free from pain. The sun, after all, is still shining, even when it is raining. This means that it is possible to experience a deep, underlying sense of well-being, of sukha. Even while you are experiencing a difficult emotion or a painful life event, the clouds of grief may gather after a loss. The storm of fear may rage in the face of uncertainty. But beneath it all, the sun of your basic goodness and awareness remains. This is the peace of the deep ocean, which is not disturbed by the churning waves on the surface. It is a quiet confidence that the storm, like all things, is impermanent and will pass, and that the light is never truly extinguished. This is a form of happiness that can hold all of life's sorrows, a peace that is big enough for all of life's challenges. It is a happiness worth cultivating, for it cannot be taken from you by changing circumstances. We have now reached the summit of our conceptual journey. We have moved from a flawed definition of happiness as a fragile prize to be won through control, to a profound understanding of it as an inherent quality of our being to be uncovered through acceptance. We are not trying to build a magnificent mansion of happiness from scratch. We are simply learning to clear away the dust, debris, and clutter that hide the beautiful home in which we already live. This insight is the culmination of our understanding, but we must be humble. We are creatures of deeply ingrained habit. The old, familiar mental patterns of chasing, controlling, resisting, and worrying have been practiced for decades. They will not vanish overnight. There will be moments, hours, or even days when we forget this wisdom, when we get lost in the clouds and believe again that the sun has disappeared. The final stage of our journey together, therefore, is not about achieving some state of perfect, uninterrupted enlightenment. It is about learning how to relate to our own imperfections on this path with supreme kindness and skill. It is about learning what to do when we fall, and how to gently and lovingly get back up. This is the gentle practice of dealing with our own lapses into the illusion of control. We have reached a profound and liberating understanding. We have seen that happiness is not a prize to be won through the frantic control of our lives, but a quiet, inherent quality to be uncovered by learning to accept reality as it is. It is the sun behind the clouds. This insight can feel like reaching the peak of a great mountain, offering a clear and breathtaking view of the landscape of our minds. But we must be honest and compassionate with ourselves about the journey down from the mountain and back into the valley of our daily lives. The path of acceptance, of letting go, is not a one-time decision. You do not simply flip a switch from control to acceptance and remain there forever. It is a practice, a path, and a process that unfolds over a lifetime. You are, in essence, unlearning decades of deeply ingrained mental habits. And because of this, you must know and accept one simple truth. You will forget. You will have moments, hours, and perhaps even days when the old habits reassert themselves. When you fall back into the illusion of control, when you find yourself lost in the clouds of worry, judgment, and resistance once again, when these lapses happen, and they will, we encounter one of the most subtle and dangerous traps on the spiritual path, the trap of self-criticism. The moment we catch ourselves acting out an old pattern, getting lost in anger, trying to manipulate a situation, obsessing over a future outcome. A second, more insidious voice often arises. It is the voice of the inner critic, and it says, "I should know better. I have practiced all of this. Why am I still failing? I am no good at this. I will never change." This voice feels like it is on the side of our practice, like it is a spiritual drill sergeant trying to whip us into shape. But if we look closely, we see that this self-criticism is nothing more than the illusion of control turned inward. It is the ego, having been thwarted in its attempts to control the outer world, now trying to control our spiritual progress with an iron fist. It is the expectation of a perfect, linear path. This self-judgment is just another, more painful, second arrow, on top of the original suffering of being caught in a reactive pattern. We add a thick layer of shame and frustration. It is a dead-end street that leads only to discouragement and a hardening of the heart. The wisdom of the path offers a much kinder and more effective way. To understand it, imagine learning to ride a bicycle as a child. No one learns without falling. The wobbles, the scraped knees, the moments of losing balance and tumbling to the ground are a natural and non-negotiable part of the process. Imagine a child who, after their very first fall, stood up, dusted themselves off, and began berating themselves. "I am a terrible cyclist. I am a failure. I will never learn how to do this." That child would likely abandon the bicycle forever. Convinced of their own inadequacy, a wise and loving parent does not do this. When the child falls, the parent runs over, not with criticism, but with compassion. They say, "It's okay, that happens to everyone. You are doing so well, let's get back on and try again." They offer a steadying hand and an encouraging word. In this practice of learning to balance the mind, you must learn to become your own wise and loving parent. Your practice is the bicycle. You will wobble. You will fall. The whole art of the path lies not in never falling, but in how you treat yourself when you do. This is the practice of the gentle return. It is a simple, three-part movement of the heart and mind. The first part is the moment of awakening. This is the moment of mindfulness itself. The instant you realize you have been lost, you wake up from the dream of your anger or your anxiety and recognize, I'm caught. I'm lost in thought. I'm trying to control this again. This moment of seeing is not a failure. It is a profound victory. It is the light of mindfulness, shining in the darkness. Without this moment of recognition, you would remain lost indefinitely. So, the first step is to celebrate this moment of awareness. However brief, the second part is to meet this awareness with a smile of self-compassion. This can be a metaphorical smile, or you can even allow a faint, gentle smile to touch your lips. It is not a smile of ridicule, but a warm, knowing, and deeply friendly smile. It is the kind of smile you would give to a beloved child who has tripped and fallen. It is a smile that says, without words, "I see you, my dear, struggling human mind. It's okay. This is part of the path." This simple act of inner friendliness instantly breaks the chain reaction of self-criticism. The third and final part of the movement is the gentle redirection. without any further drama, without analyzing why you got lost or berating yourself for it. You simply and gently escort your attention back. You get back on the bicycle. You guide your awareness back to the anchor of your breath. You bring your attention back to the physical feeling of your feet on the floor. You come home to the present moment. It is a simple, non-dramatic, and endlessly repeatable act. Get lost. Wake up. Smile. Return. This is the rhythm of the practice. It is not about staying perfectly balanced on the bicycle forever. It is about becoming an expert at getting back on with grace and kindness every time you fall. With this understanding, we can begin to reframe the lapses themselves. The moments when we get caught are not interruptions to our practice. They are our practice. Every single time you fall and get back up, you learn something essential about balance. Every time you get lost in a storm of thought and gently guide yourself back to the breath, you strengthen the muscle of your mindfulness and your compassion. The spiritual path is not a perfectly paved superhighway. It is a well-worn, earthen trail with exposed roots to trip over and loose rocks that will cause you to stumble. It is in learning to navigate these very obstacles with skill and kindness that you become a master hiker. Therefore, we do not need to fear the moments when we get caught in our old patterns. We can see them as invaluable opportunities to practice the most important skill of all, the gentle, loving, and compassionate return to the present moment. This realistic and kind-hearted approach is what makes the path sustainable for a lifetime. It is a journey without a final destination, a practice that is its own reward. The goal is not to become a perfect, flawless, superhuman being who is immune to all of life's challenges. The goal is to become a more forgiving, a more resilient, and a more loving human being, capable of meeting our own beautiful, messy humanity with a spacious and open heart. As we integrate this gentle, cyclical process of practicing, lapsing, and returning, a new way of being begins to take root in us. We are no longer striving for some distant, imagined goal of perfection. We are learning, day by day, moment by moment, how to dance with the ever-changing rhythm of life itself. And so, what does a life lived in this way? A life founded on a wise and fluid acceptance truly look and feel like? This leads us to our final vision, a glimpse of the awakened mind in action, a life lived in harmony with the flowing river. We have arrived at the end of this long and deep exploration together. Our journey began on the banks of a raging river, where we found ourselves exhausted from a lifelong struggle, trying to build dams of expectation and walls of control against the powerful, inexorable current of life. We were at war with reality, and we were losing. From that place of struggle, we began a journey inward. We dared to look at the chains of control and the primal fears that forged them. We stood in the presence of the great, universal law of anicca, impermanence, and saw that the world we were trying to nail down was, by its very nature, a fluid, ever-changing dance. We turned that lens upon ourselves and discovered the profound truth of anatta, that the solid, separate controller we thought we were was also an illusion, a beautiful, flowing process With this foundational wisdom, we began to gather our tools. We learned the art of seeing reality clearly through mindfulness. We practiced the yielding strength of non-resistance. We found the freedom in letting go of expectations and the healing power of forgiveness. We reclaimed our true power by understanding karma, and we softened the soil of our hearts with the warmth of metta. We then carried these tools into the complex worlds of our relationships and our work, and finally, into the sacred, intimate space of our own bodies. Now, we stand once again at the riverbank, but we are not the same person. We no longer see the river as an adversary. We see it, at last, as our own true nature. So what does it mean to live this understanding? What does a life of wise acceptance truly look and feel like? First, we must be clear about what it is not. A life of acceptance is not a life free from difficulty. The first arrows of life will continue to arrive. The river will still have rapids, and there will be storms. There will be loss. There will be sickness. There will be moments of pain and sorrow. Acceptance does not grant you a magical immunity from the human condition, nor is it a state of detached, passionless, zombie-like calm. It is not about feeling nothing, but about becoming spacious enough to feel everything without being consumed by it. A life of acceptance is not one where everything magically goes your way. It is a life where you are finally at peace, even when things do not. The fundamental shift is this: you are no longer adding the second arrow. You are no longer pouring the poison of your own resistance onto the unavoidable wounds of life. You are free, not from pain, but from the unnecessary and self-inflicted suffering that comes from fighting reality. The best way to describe this shift is a transformation from the posture of a soldier to the posture of a dancer. The soldier lives in a state of tension. They are clad in heavy armor, constantly vigilant, scanning the horizon for threats. Their purpose is to conquer, to defend, to defeat, to impose their will upon the battlefield of life. Their world is one of conflict and strategy. The dancer, on the other hand, lives in a state of fluid readiness. Their body is relaxed. Their heart is open. Their senses are alive. Their purpose is not to conquer the music, but to harmonize with it. They listen intently to the rhythm, and they respond with grace, sensitivity, and creativity. Sometimes the music is slow and melancholic, and they dance with sorrow. Sometimes it is wild and ecstatic, and they dance with joy. They are not at war with the music. They are in a dynamic, intimate relationship with it. To live a life of wise acceptance is to slowly, patiently take off the heavy, restrictive armor of the soldier, and to learn the graceful, responsive, and joyful steps of the dancer. It is to learn to dance with all of life's music. This way of being naturally cultivates a profound sense of openness and curiosity. When you are no longer trying to force every person, every moment, and every experience into the pre-approved, narrow boxes of your expectations, you can meet the world with fresh eyes. You are no longer burdened by the need to be the one who knows all the answers. You can rest in the wisdom of not knowing, which is the doorway to all wonder and discovery. Life ceases to be a problem that must be solved. and it reveals itself as a magnificent mystery to be lived. You become a lifelong learner, an explorer of the inner and outer cosmos. You become more interested in understanding than in being right. You become more curious about the causes of another person's behavior than you are in judging it. You approach your own mind not as a broken machine to be fixed, but as a fascinating landscape to be explored with kindness and patience. This gentle, curious engagement with life is one of the hallmarks of a mind that is at peace. And so we return, one last time, to the image of the river. Remember how we stood beside it, filled with anxiety, trying to build our dams, exhausted by the futile struggle to hold back the water. Through this journey, we have walked away from that impossible project. We have studied the river's nature. We have felt its power. We have understood its flow. And now, the final transformation occurs. We no longer stand on the bank, separate from the water. We have let go of the shore. Imagine yourself now as a single autumn leaf resting on the surface of the great river. The leaf does not struggle. It does not try to steer or to control its direction. It does not fear the waterfalls ahead or mourn the quiet pools it has left behind. It rests in a state of perfect, unconditional trust. It knows that it is a part of the river, and the river's journey is its own. It is carried effortlessly, cradled by the very power it once fought against. It is utterly free, utterly at peace, not because it has conquered the river, but because it has surrendered to its wisdom. This is the freedom of wise acceptance. This is the peace that passes all understanding. This is the ultimate liberation offered by the path. It is a peace that is not dependent on your health, your wealth, your success, or the state of the world. It is an unshakable well-being that comes from aligning yourself with the fundamental truths of reality. It is the discovery that your true home is not a static place you can build and defend, but the very flow of life itself. This vision is not a distant, unattainable dream reserved for saints and sages in faraway caves. It is a potential that lies dormant within every human heart, including your own. It is the promise of what is possible when we have the courage to let go of our illusion of control and learn to trust the beautiful, unpredictable, and sacred flow of the river of life. We have traveled a great distance together on this inner journey, a path that has taken us from the battleground of control to the flowing river of acceptance. We began by acknowledging the unseen chains that bind us, the deep-seated human craving to command reality, and the profound suffering that arises from this futile struggle. We journeyed through the foundational truths of existence, seeing the universal dance of impermanence, anicca, and looking deeply for the solid, unchanging self, only to find the liberating emptiness of anatta. Along the way, we gathered the essential tools for our journey: the clear light of mindfulness, the yielding strength of non-resistance, the healing power of forgiveness, the wisdom of karma, and the boundless, unconditional friendliness of metta. We then learn to apply this wisdom to the most vital areas of our lives, our relationships, our work, and our own precious, changing bodies. This has not been a journey of acquiring new beliefs, but of letting go of old, painful illusions It has been a pilgrimage from being at war with life to learning how to dance with it. If there is one essential truth to carry with you from our time together, let it be: this peace is not a destination you arrive at when all your problems are finally solved. It is not a prize you win when you have successfully arranged the world to your liking. Peace is not the absence of the storm. It is the discovery of the unshakable stillness in the eye of the storm. It is an inner state, a quality of being that you can cultivate right here, right now, in the midst of your imperfect and unpredictable life. For your entire life, you may have been seeking a quiet harbor, a place where the waves of change and uncertainty no longer reach. The wisdom of this path reveals that such a harbor does not exist. The profound liberation comes from realizing that you do not need one. Your true nature is not the fragile boat being tossed by the waves. It is the vast, deep ocean itself, which can hold all the turbulence on its surface with a serene and silent equanimity. Peace is not the absence of struggle. It is the end of your resistance to it. And so, this journey ends where it truly begins with you. In this very moment, the power to transform your experience of life does not lie in changing the world outside of you. It lies in shifting the perception within you. You do not need to become someone else. You only need to connect with the wisdom, the compassion, and the silent, spacious awareness that is already your deepest nature. The sun of your well-being is not something you must create. It is something you must simply allow by ceasing to generate the clouds that obscure it. Let this understanding not be a burden, but a profound empowerment. The key to your own freedom is, and always has been, in your own hands. Do not be discouraged by the vastness of the path. Do not worry about yesterday's lapses or tomorrow's challenges. The entire journey, in all its profound depth, can be found in a single, simple act. Begin now, with one conscious, gentle breath